In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished ministers, distinguished presidents of the Economic, Social, Environmental Council, distinguished Deputy Speaker, distinguished Director General of ISESCO, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of Parliament, honorable chairpersons and presidents of the international organizations, distinguished representatives of national institutions, distinguished experts, academics, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the House of Councillors to welcome you all to the proceedings of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, in partnership with the Economic, Social and Environmental Council. The royal patronage, the illustrious royal patronage, which is a source of pride for us, confirms the interest taken by His Majesty the King in social justice issues, thanks to the guidelines provided by His Majesty as a strategic choice, which is key in developing a modern society and to come up with and to entrench a social system in our country that provides answers to our issues. This is an institutional framework for our discussions and conversations, and this reflects the nature of the House of Councillors, as well as its keen interest in making sure that the parliamentary institutions contribute to the implementation of our social agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is particularly important in the sense that it is held at a crucial time in our country's history, a moment that the economists call development, in which we have to make sure that we opt for policies that promote social justice. The national reports, national and international reports, especially the report of the Special Committee on the New Development Model, shows that our country needs specific decisions that should contribute to the development of social justice, and that is why His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has opened a major project to promote social justice that provides the necessary conditions for resilience, and this has led to key reforms and social projects that are ambitions that relate developments to integration, that make sure that the economic and social rights of the citizens are respected, and that provides a solid basis for social developments. The data available show that this is a pertinent choice, in the sense that the Kingdom of Morocco is for the first time part of the countries that have a high social development index, and the economic development is more than 1 percentage points. And in addition to this, it shows that the keen interest of His Majesty in this effort, especially the policy that was based on the key guidelines provided by His Majesty in order to make sure that we take into consideration not just the social aspect but also the territorial aspects, and to move from a policy that is isolated to a policy that takes into consideration the requirements of social justice. In this regard, the speech addressed by His Majesty the King on Throat Day shows that there is a major paradigm shift, especially when His Majesty said that we need to make sure there is a quantum leap in the development, territorial development, and also in addressing development gaps. And that is why we call for moving from traditional approaches to an approach that is based on inclusive development, to make sure that the dividends of development are to the benefit of the entire population in the regions without any discriminations. End of the quote. Thanks to this national vision, our country now has a roadmap that is clear in order to make up for the gaps and to promote social and territorial justice. But the success of this vision requires that we exert further efforts in order to implement it, and to make sure that we promote governance and deepen the reforms, and also to ensure that we monitor the impact of this policy to make sure that the results are sustainable. It is important in this regard to say that rising to this ambition and vision means that we have to be resilient to address the major changes at global level, especially the shocks that might undermine the efforts made and the achievements of the objectives set. There is a major change now. There are major changes today that can affect social justice, especially the problems of risks, economic shocks, and migration could have a negative impact, in addition to climate change that represents key challenges in this regard. And therefore, we have to make sure that we remain watchful, and to make sure that we build and maintain the achievements made in social justice. What we see, the floods we see now in the western parts of the country and the north, are an example of the effects of climate change, which represents a real risk and peril for development and territorial developments. We would like to express our sympathy and support for the victims of these floods, and we hope that Almighty God will protect our fellow citizens in the north. And we have to make sure that our country addresses, of course, this situation with all the means required, as was the case with the earthquake in the House region. And this has given substance to the principles of solidarity within our country, especially in our moments. And therefore, the authorities, social and the NGOs and the citizens have been acting in a proactive manner in keeping with the guidance of His Majesty the King, which makes the protection of citizens and their dignity as a key element of our policy. Ladies and gentlemen, the choice of the motto of this session, social justice in a changing world, need for equitable policies for more resilient societies, reflects the nature of the juncture at which we stand today at global level, and the real test that we have to rise to make sure that we ensure our resilience. In this regard, the challenge today is a three-dimensional one. We have to have strong economy, a solid society, and good governance. We cannot build the socially minded society and state without providing jobs, and we cannot preserve stability without addressing the gaps at regional levels. And we have to make sure also that we build on good governance to build on our achievements. These are key elements for our meeting today, and especially that we look forward to addressing the impacts of several phenomena on social cohesion. The second aspect that we shall be dealing with also addresses the question of building on programs in order to ensure interdependability and to make sure also that we come up with the necessary efficient policies. And the third axis is the one that addresses parliamentary governance and social justice, and this is a key element for ensuring that social policies lead to concrete results through legislation, through good measuring or assessment of impacts. And we look forward to the conclusions of this forum and to come up with feasible recommendations so we can come up with a society that is more resilient. And we hope that this will also provide a basis that can be used by parliamentary groups and caucuses and standing and temporary committees to ensure that we come up with better parliamentary action and to also promote legislation that is based on specific data. Ladies and gentlemen, the achievement of social justice cannot be seen without taking into consideration the necessary combination of efforts between the different stakeholders. The work of parliamentary institutions is important. The House of Councillors in this regard make sure that it rises to its constitutional mission, that it works with the the professional chambers in order to promote social justice and to make sure that there are linkages between the different aspects of policy through its major functions and powers. The House of Councillors provides a platform for social dialogue, and it contributes to greater cooperation between the executive and the legislative powers to make sure that our responses are efficient and that we meet the expectations and needs of the citizens. The House of Councillors also takes special interest in the exchange of ideas and the experiences to build on best practices at national level, but also through interparliamentary diplomacy to build on success stories and to address challenges, taking into account the specificities, economic and territorial specificities of different regions. Through this open dialogue and the building on our collective intelligence, and we can give substance to specific social policies that can be measured, that can be assessed. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the participants and the government authorities, parliamentary members of parliament, academics, and representatives of national institutions and international organizations for accepting our invitation and for taking part in this forum to enrich our debate. I would like also to thank the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council for its valuable contribution, and to all those who have contributed to the organization of this forum. And I would like to reiterate that the challenge of social justice is a collective one, and we can rise to it only if we pool efforts and work together and contribute to greater cooperation to ensure the dignity of all citizens. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
يسعدني أن أعطي الكلمة الآن للسيد مصطفى بيت.
Happy to give the floor now to Mr. the Vice. behalf of the God, the powerful, the most merciful, peace be upon his soul and upon his king and companion, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be here to introduce to the speak of the head of the government for this international forum, Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Representative of the Council of Social, Economic and Environmental Affairs, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it's an honor to share with you the opening ceremony of this 10th edition of Social Justice. I'd like also to congratulate you for having chosen this topic, social justice in a rapidly changing world, for equitable policies and resilient policies. This shows the commitment and the importance to these major issues in the importance in our country. It is important. I know that your presentations will enrich the dialogue. We'll be sharing the expertise and knowledge within the framework of dynamic policy, and also to look and analyze the reforms that have been undertaken and to have a common understanding of these international limitations and their international impact, especially on the social justice issues. The project of social reforms, which His Majesty launched, is a basis for this vision, or an overall vision of His Majesty the King, in order to have a fairer, more inclusive, more resilient country in a context that which is described, was characterized by continuous challenges. Our work is we have to make sure that, of course, and individuals, Moroccan families faced with all the problems of in times of crisis, cope with these problems. Of course, the topic that we have chosen for this we have made of social justice a priority in our government, and it's a real commitment, a governmental commitment, which reflects our will and determination to have a social justice in Morocco for all nationals, for all Moroccans. We want to make of the Moroccan social experience in the field of social protection, and also this very ambitious project. Talking about social justice is, of course, talking about a reform project that, of course, which has contributed to improving the situation of the citizens, guarantee social equity, and give access to basic services, social services and health services and other services through the reforms that we have undertaken. And also our government continues to work even harder to have more social solidarity, social protection, and to protect the most vulnerable people in our country. I would like now to present you the effort of our government, undertaken by the government in order to implement this flagship project, and to give you an idea about what the citizens that have benefited from these efforts, which are the outcome of the work we do. This reflects the importance that we give to this issue, this important issue. So, since the members of our government, and in compliance with His Majesty's guidelines, have made of this of the expansion of social protection a real that would be expanded to all citizens without exceptions, regardless of their professional or social classes, that they all can benefit from this social and medical coverage. which was something that was limited in the past to a specific category of the population. This strategic project of expanding social protection to all citizens has required a great efforts and solidarity between all the stakeholders in order to examine all the problems that need to be points that need to be examined and all the obstacles that were a hindrance to this program. This social coverage expanded to citizens who could not pay for their fees was something work that was done upstream, which benefited to almost 20 million citizens, knowing that it is the government that pays for these fees. The cost of this was 9.3 billion years for each year. Based on this, these social categories in Morocco now have been able to benefit from the same health coverage that we find that give them access to health centers, hospitals, public hospitals. Public hospitals have dealt with almost 16 million files of disbursement from the government, which shows the government's commitment to give access to all the citizens to health care services. So this is something that is tangible, that we see. There's also the improvement of these health services is a reliable indicator. This new system is aims at improving the indicators and to cancel and to alleviate the charges to the and to cover all the expenses of the health services until 2030. Now, we have reached so far for this program. We've reached 1.7 million people who have benefited from this program. This shows the size of this social coverage, health coverage in Morocco. The people who have benefited from this are 3.9 million individuals have benefited from this program, and this, of course, shows that how much we have expanded, and we have tried to outreach to vast categories of our society. 4.4 million files were processed with a high average of which shows that the efficiency of our system in order to meet the aspirations of our members. And this, of course, aims at guaranteeing social and health coverage to all categories of citizens. We aim at having an overall global AMO program for all these citizens and to offer this coverage, health insurance and health coverage to all the citizens, whether they through a program that is targeted program that targets social health within. Since the launch of this program, 4,000 members in the framework of good governance. In order to implement this project, many committees were set up, technical and other committees were set up in order to ensure the follow-up of this program. We are committed to organizing meetings, ministerial meetings on a monthly basis in order to ensure the follow-up. The technical committee has organized more than 200 meetings in order to examine all the aspects of this project and its development. The institute, the National Fund for Social Health, for health coverage. Our government has committed to restructuring this institution by setting a new department and entrusted with. We have set up a new center to deal with the files of the non-salaried staff. We're working with proximity institutions, with 47 new agencies being set up on top of the 45 ones which are already mobile for the jobless individuals to subscribe to this program. So we have, and we, of course, set up proximity agencies to pay for those fees. Since the beginning of the launching of this program, we have tried to cope with all the obstacles that hinder the project and the expansion of this project of the health coverage for all. We want to make sure that this would not have had any impact if we did not have any system or structures to support this project. Our government has been rehabilitating this health system in Morocco based on 4 major pillars. The first one is good governance, and this is very important for this. Second is realizations of human resources, because this is a pillar, important pillar, prerequisite for the success of any reform. 3, improvement of the infrastructures by giving great importance to the regional dimensions to expand those services. And then the digitalizations of this sector. Our government has made sure that to implement 29 health projects at regional levels since 2022 to 2025. We have increased the numbers of hospital beds in order to reach 3,800 additional beds, hospital beds, with building new hospitals that will be with an additional capacity of hospitals that will reach 3,067 beds, additional hospital beds. Without forgetting, of course, there is the legislative aspect to this program and this project through the legislation that promulgating necessary legislation to support this system. Inclusive governance also is important in order to enhance this system, which will ensure, of course, more social justice and access to health services. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to highlight with pride the success of our government in setting up direct social assistance, which is important in the framework of the social justice in compliance with His Majesty's view. We reiterate that our government has put this at the heart of its concerns, because we believe that investments in human capital is the main gateway to make of Morocco a country, a strong and solidary country. 2 years after the activation of this royal project, we can now say that this is not something that has become a complete social project, with the aim of which is to enhance the conditions of the most vulnerable households. A project that has become the sine qua non of child protection, enhancement of school programs, and expanding education to children with disabilities. In the framework of this project, the households that are targeted households receive no less than 500 dirhams per month, and this can go up to 1,000 dirhams per month, depending on the cases, of course. Additional support is given out at the beginning of the school year by granting 300 dirhams, 200 dirhams for each child, 200 dirhams for the primary school children, and 300 to secondary school children. 6 children per household can benefit from this program. So an additional support for to need the families to buy school furniture. This is, of course, this has targeted more than 1 million children. We have also within the same framework of providing help to households, we have increased to 500 dirhams the amount of sum of money given to families with disabled children in order to stabilize these categories of households and to help them. We also grant 600 dirhams to childless households. This includes, of course, elderly people. So this is intergenerational solidarity, ladies and gentlemen. After the different phases of efforts and reforms under our mandate, our country now has become an example, an unprecedented example in terms of good governance and the quality of the services offered since the launching of this the digital platform, the PSTMA, in December 2023. The number of households who have benefited from this program until the beginning of this year, 3.9 million households, which is about 12% of total beneficiaries out of the 5.5 million of children and 7.9 million of individuals more than 6 years old. The accumulated total number of the beneficiaries of this program since its launching in 2023 totals 53 billion dirhams. This shows, of course, the positive impact of this project and highlights that shows that our government is going forward in order to make of social justice a priority under the guidance of His Majesty. We also have this program of social support. We want to have a transparency of all the distributions. We want to are aware, of course, of the fact this project is not the end of our ambitions. We are just at the beginning of a new phase of social solidarity, which consists in providing help to those who need it based on equitable and social system. We commit to continue to improve this program under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, and we will continue to develop these mechanisms and to guarantee its sustainability so that it meets the aspirations of our citizens. Within the same framework, the government continues to activate different social programs, the goal of which is to help the Moroccan households and ensure that they have a dignified life. There is social direct help to enhance for the housing the sector, especially to help those who with low and average income, to offer them a decent housing. And more than 22,185 beneficiaries of this program with global 8.9 billion dirhams for assistance housing programs, with the number of women who have benefited from this program at 25%, Moroccan diaspora 25%, the young under 40 have also benefited from this program. Ladies and gentlemen, the success that we have witnessed, these social forums that we have witnessed, is not a simple coincidence. It is the outcome of the clear royal vision and the serious work of the government, which is based on harmonizing the activation of these different social projects. And as well as the coordination and the complementarity between these major reforms. We have managed to expand the compulsory the health coverage through the program of direct social assistance, which is a very important, a key project, contributes to the transformation of our society. Our country is working very hard to improve the living conditions of all the citizens. This is just at the beginning. This is the beginning of a new phase in order to face up to all the challenges and through those mechanisms for a more efficient targeting and to guarantee its financing, as well as the enhancement of the governance and the improvement of the services, the quality of the services provided. I wish full success to your proceedings, your works, and I would like to congratulate you for your participation. Thank you for participation and through your commitments. Year after year, this forum has become an annual meeting through which we examine all the work that we have in conjunction with our national economy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished Minister. I now give the floor distinguished President of the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished ministers, Honorable Director General of the Islamic Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, distinguished members of Parliament, presidents and members of parliamentary committees, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished participants, all protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to take part in this forum, which is held in this respected House of Councillors as part of this 10th session of the Tenth International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him. The CES, the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, is happy to be a partner in these efforts and to reflect the solid and ongoing cooperation between the two institutions. This session is being held as the Speaker of the House of Councillors, is being held under a motto that is extremely important: social justice in a changing world, the need for equitable policies for more resilient societies. This is a motto that does not only reflect the current situation and give substance to the ambitions of the people, it also points to a change that has to take place. The world is changing at a rapid pace, and the challenges are no longer isolated or temporary. They are structural ones now. In this regard, the resilience of societies is no longer a choice. It is a necessity. And this resilience can be achieved only through policies that are inclusive, that are sustainable, and that are socially equitable. Distinguished participants, the resilience of societies is no longer assessed or gauged in light of their ability to make progress. It takes into account as well the requirements for protecting the citizens in times of crisis and to make sure that there is equity in the world. In this sense, social justice is not just an end in itself, but it is a process that is ongoing. It is an open-ended project that is also proactive as far as risks are concerned. In our country, the universal social protection, achievements of universal social protection is one of the reflections of our policies, the foundations of which were set by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, in order to build a next generation socially minded policy and state. And in this regard, we have adopted a system as part of the Law 2921 and the subsequent programs that were adopted that made it possible to make concrete achievements that were referred to by the head of government, including the number of those who are now member of the protection, about 88%, and more than 11 million people from vulnerable segments of the supply chain that are benefits now from the compulsory health insurance, as well as direct financial assistance. These indicators show that Morocco is confidently moving forward to make sure that the rights are being observed, and that this is a structural project that calls for a long-term policy that would guarantee the sustainability of the policies and of the results obtained. Despite the achievements, there are still concrete challenges that call for good implementation of this project to ensure that the objectives are met. In this regard, the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council will participate with a contribution that will shed light on the various forms of this reform. The social justice cannot on its own lead to resilience. The reports of the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council calls for a full-fledged set of reforms and programs in order to make sure that we are resilient to economic shocks and that we can be resilient at various levels. Therefore, building more resilient societies require that we take into consideration the necessary conditions for resilience, taking into account the vital factors that have to be taken into consideration to protect the individual and society as well. Among these requirements is the development of human resources through the development of the education and training system that is inclusive, and that answers the expectations of the job market to make sure that the job seekers can be taken in, and that contributes to development. Second, protects vulnerable segments of the population, especially through the silver education and socially minded development, and to create jobs, sustainable jobs, job opportunities, to provide also monetary assistance through specific criteria that targets the vulnerable societies, taking into consideration the conditions of the people and also protecting the dignity of the people. Third, make sure that we speed up the regionalization plan to make sure that we contribute to the creation of wealth and also to close the gaps between the regions. Fourth, development of the tertiary sector, which is reflected by the solidarity-based economy and its programs that contribute to addressing the needs of vulnerable segments of the population. Fifth, making sure that we build on the contributions all these sectors through a tax system that can contribute to bringing the informal sector into the formal sector. We have also to make sure that we build on the current changes in the world and also promote digitization through the adoption of digital technology to serve the economic and social development of countries, and also to make sure that we have access to remote areas, and also to make sure that we develop local products and local economy in terms of marketing and distribution. And we also have to make sure that we provide for water security, taking into consideration the climate change, and to promote also the adaptation mechanisms, as we can see today. And this is done through the development of human resources, and make sure that the farming practices are permanent ones. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the continuing efforts being made by our country and the major reforms introduced today, we need on an urgent basis to develop a full-fledged system for the promotion of social justice, to ensure that we are resilient, to make sure that protective measures can help us to address shocks and to ensure sustainable development. The Council considers that this can be based on four key elements. First, we have to set clear objectives to make sure that the human element is at the heart of all policies, and that we address gaps in terms of income and access to social services. Strengthen the resilience of citizens in addressing changing circumstances, including the employment of women and promoting job opportunities. Make sure that we address the needs, livelihood needs of the populations, to make sure that we also address the needs of the pension funds. We have to develop and promote dialogue with our economic and social partners at national level, as well as at regional level, and also to address the collective bargaining needs and issues. So we have to make sure that we assess the outcomes of the socially minded state, to make sure that we have built on concrete indicators to assess our achievements. And this assessment has to be provided to independent institutions to make sure that the outcomes are credible. We have also to ensure that there is there are interlinks between different aspects of our government policies, to make sure that, for example, as far as health coverage is concerned, we have to make sure that we provide the necessary health infrastructure, train the human resources to improve services and the care provided to the citizens. Fourth, make sure that the sustainability of the system is concerned through broadening the tax base and addressing the problem of the informal sector, and to build on innovative technology, and also to work jointly between the state and the private sector. At the conclusion, I would like to wish you every success, and I hope that it will contribute, that its recommendations and outcomes of this reform will contribute to greater resilience in our country, to make sure that we rise to the challenges in the future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Abdelmajid Al-Fassi Al-Fihri, Deputy of the House of Representatives, for his speech.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished ministers, honorable presidents and representatives of constitutional and governance institutions, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to take part in this opening session of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, which the House of Councillors has been holding on a yearly basis under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, with the participation of a number of experts and officials. I would like to address my sincere thanks to His Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Councillors, for the invitation extended to the House of Representatives to participate in this forum, and this reflects the cooperation that exists between the two houses of Parliament to serve national issues. Your choice was a pertinent one when you opted for social justice in a changing world, the need for equitable policies for more resilient societies, to serve as the theme for this forum. Given first the context in which this forum is being held, given the social development taking place in our country, and also given the link between social justice and regional equity, and also the use of technology to achieve social justice through the promotion of equity to make sure that societies can be resilient. These challenges and these stakes are at the heart of the major projects being implemented by our country under the guidance of His Majesty the King. May God assist him, given the major changes affecting the Moroccan society and the Moroccan economy. The aspects or the themes to be addressed by this forum are particularly important, not just for Morocco, but also at global level, given the major changes that and the sweeping changes that are taking place in the world and that affect the geopolitical and geostrategic elements of society on a global scale. The climate change, the wars, the conflicts, and the geopolitical crisis deepen these divides and gaps, both at a regional level and national level, but also at international level, and the gap between rich and poor countries. Our country is not an exception in this regard, but the Moroccan exceptionalism is reflected by the keen awareness we have regarding this matter, and also the keen interest of His Majesty the King in addressing these divides. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has launched the National Human Development Initiative in 2005 in order to address the various issues impacting social justice and the implementation income-generating activities to make sure that we provide services to the citizens and also to promote education and training. This initiative has had a good impact on our country, especially the improvement of social development indicators. The Kingdom of Morocco has achieved a lot as far as infrastructure is concerned and has promoted modern economy. Much has been achieved as far as services are concerned in various sectors, and also the fight against poverty. But this has not extended to all the sectors and all the segments of the population. His Majesty the King, therefore, has been insisting on the need to make sure that we give concrete substance to economic democracy, and His Majesty has, in his address on Throne Day speech in 2025, called for actual regional developments to address the gaps, and has called for moving from traditional approaches to an approach that takes into consideration inclusive economic development. And His Majesty has said that we don't want a country that is moving at two speeds, and we have to make sure that public spending take into consideration the need to address the gaps and the divides at regional levels, and to make sure that we ensure that the countries that have not benefited from infrastructure and services required should have them, and in keeping with the guidelines provided by His Majesty the King, we have placed the social development at the heart of government policies, and there were also different dialogues that have taken place to address the social development needs during the second semester of 2025. And the local governments has sought to involve the local population and local experts to make sure that we set the priorities and to come up with programs that take into account specific statistics and seek feasible objectives. Thanks to this policy and this proximity-based approach, this next generation programs will take into consideration a number of elements that have to be taken into account. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, given the current balance, the current context, and
this great importance, especially at regional level, in order to work on these issues. There is, of course, the problem of climate changes, which is a greater problem for third world countries, which suffer most from these economic climate changes programs. The greenhouse effects, of course, are greater, have contributed less than the greater countries do. But there is a whole gap, quality gap between different countries, especially within the digital side and the development of. There is a digital gap, divide. So, of course, this does not concern only services, but also knowledge, education, health, and also social solidarity. This we have to face up to these injustices between countries at international level. So these inequalities are deepened because of the weight of the debt, especially with respect to processed products and food products that of course deepen the divide. This is why our work as MPs consists in being advocates, advocating for a transfer of technology and of course the access to different medicines, of course. The international solidarity is very, very important, but we have always to face up to the technological obstacles that we are faced with, whether it be in the energy transition or within the field of food production. These sectors are depend, of course, on these other important prerequisites for social cohesion and social equity. We have to stop this hemorrhagia of brain loss of our educated populations. And of course, we do advocacy. We have to do advocacy in order to do justice to mid-income countries through projects that are likely to produce this productive dynamics and which guarantees jobs and dignity to all citizens in the world. I'm sure, Mr. President, that this forum has brought a lot of progress by participating and contributing to these voluntary policies that Morocco implements under the guidance and the leadership of His Majesty Mohammed VI. May God assist him in order to implement and reach this inclusion and this social solidarity, so that nobody is left out. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Chair. And the floor is now to Mr. Salam bin Mohammed Al Malik, Director General of ISISCO. You have the floor. In the name of the God, most powerful, most merciful. Peace be upon Muhammad. Ladies, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable President of the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council, His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be and prosperity be upon you. A year ago, 1 year has elapsed since we sent a speech from this platform with the hope of achieving our goals. And of course, this is a very hard mission which deserves all details, the details that we have always familiarized you with. Of course, we have had a very historic year in order to move on to an even more historic year. So we started working a year ago, and the work we did internationally bring hope. There are hopes, of course, but there are threats also. Of course, human nature is more interested in what is a threat to it rather than what is comforting to it. This is human nature. We have, of course, we look at the threats, and we sometimes forget to look at the good things, as the proverb says. We have to pay more attention to what we can avoid in terms of negative, rather than look at the positive aspects. So, of course, the present situation Maybe the word rigor is the good word to use. It is very important to be rigorous, especially for the people who are mandated to implement and reach this social solidarity, this historic transformation to which we all aspire. So we have to look at this world that is being restructured socially, economically, and from cultural and health perspectives. This is what is strange, what seems to us so strange now at the international level, is only an indicator of this transition through which we are going. These transformations are the outcome of hidden protocols. This is not, or a plot. This is not true. The truth is that we live in unprecedented context, which is the natural outcome of the natural developments due to the extremely rapid technological advances, nanotechnology, robotics, digitalization, and of course all the outcomes, the impact of this artificial intelligence. Of course, this is we notice that this is extremely rapid scientific progress. is something that is here to last. And this is reflected. So the major countries have abandoned their traditional investments, for example, in the household sector, in the building sector. They now prefer to invest in very advanced technologies, including spatial programs. On the other side, the leaders in these advanced countries have insisted on partnering with these countries after they have realized that the future, their political future, is connected with the interests of those investors, of course, because they have immense fortunes and because they can have a great impact on public opinion and because they can help with social and political control. These facts, these, of course, the prerequisites of this social cohesion is to take into consideration these modern trends that we see around us. And these new trends require that we grant absolute priority to education. I think that this percentage between 1% and 4% of public expenditure on in education is no longer yields the expected fruits and not to bring the expected promises. Now, these new trends, of course, need new reforms, real reforms in our educational systems through the adoption of scientific vision, which includes, of course, artificial intelligence, and its use in the educational levels. There is how can we achieve social cohesion when there are so many children living in conflict zones have barely what to live on. So 1 billion of children live in poverty, under poverty conditions, multidimensional poverty. More than half of these children live in Islamic countries. So how can we, with 60 million children, have reached school age and have completely dropped out of school? How can we let this go to when 50 million children that are refugees and displaced populations who have no access to education or to any services? So this is the truth that we have to face up to. If we have this strategic vision with this solid perspective, if we want to change anything, we have to look at these facts. And we have also to take serious decisions, taking into consideration all these aspects. The jobs today are not the same as those of the future. The present investments will not be the same as the future investments. The crimes, today's crimes, will be different from the crimes, tomorrow's crimes. So on the basis of these changes, social justice has to start from the individual, that is from the children. The children are our future. They are our children will remain our children, of course, but as Khalil Gibran has said, our plans to face up to the threats to the future, our children's future, if we can control these threats, then we can guarantee the future for our children. Of course, social justice, as you know, requires that we work very hard, and we cannot have social justice with rampant desertification. We cannot have the increase of gas effect with destructive climate change. We cannot talk about social justice when our women are going through a dark period that is denying her rights and her role in the leadership. We cannot talk about social justice where we have social vulnerability, which is omnipresent in all societies. In countries that used to be stable countries, we cannot talk about social justice with public policies that cannot face up to the problems of social justice. the selling of weapons has increased immensely. Dear councillors, your responsibility is today is greater, and we have to adopt realistic and audacious and creative solutions. That's where we see the real use of international help and solidarity that goes beyond these obstacles and will help us face up to all these issues in order to fill the gap between advanced and countries and the countries lagging behind is more necessary. If we only look at the programs of mutual help in order to face terrorism, climate change, and other problems, we need to understand each other. We want to understand each other's needs, and this is the reality that we have to face up with. We need the others to hear us, to listen to us. We have to continue to work very hard in order to face up to all the threats. And so we need to have real partnerships on equal footing. Morocco, through its parliamentary diplomacy, through its official diplomacy, and through its the Moroccan businessmen, men and women, parliament MPs, Moroccan MPs, men and women, are really exemplary in all fields, whether it be in sports, in arts, and other areas. Of course, this is due to the wisdom of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. He's the great reformer. He's the initiator of social justice in Morocco. I wish your forum full success. May God assist you, and peace be upon you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have thus finished the proceedings of this opening session of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice. And we shall move on to the first session, Social Justice in a Rapidly Changing Global Context. The moderator will be Mr. Ahmed Dakhshishan. Thank you very much. I wish you every success. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we resume the
Merci de rejoindre vos sièges. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, we witness profound transformations because of multiple crises and also the inflation increase, the threats posed by climate change. All these, the digital transition that we're going through have caused unprecedented challenges for society's stability and social solidarity. Social justice is in a context that requires an analysis of the situation, to analyze these topics and to redistribute in a more equitable way the opportunities, enhance the society's capacity to be more resilient and to be face up to these challenges. The first session of our forum we examined the actual situation on. We have examined the situation of social justice and the profound transformation in our world, and we have also highlighted the challenges which we have to grapple with, especially to help the most vulnerable citizens, and how the need to adopt an approach that strikes a balance between efficiency, economic efficiency, and also the need to meet the aspirations of our populations. So we have shared. We have now would like to benefit from the expertise in order to set public policies that are capable of enhancing resiliency and of helping us move ahead. On the basis of this principle, our present session is going to adopt a comparative approach concerning the following points. The first one is how can the mutations that we are going through worldwide and all the health crises, inflations, digital transformation, and also the problems of climate change, what is their impact on social equality? And the second, what are the new vulnerable categories of our populations who are most impacted by these problems, and how can we develop public policies, harmonize conditions for economic resilience, and guarantee the social justice? What is the role of parliaments in this situation of great changes, and how can we conduct reforms and assure their sustainability? How can we use the international cooperation, parliamentary international cooperation, to exchange best practices and best experiences in the areas in order to set up resilience and policies and social justice policies to better understand the impact of the international conditions? We need to bring answers within our to these problems. We were going to give the floor first to Mr. Yunus Sukuri, Minister of Economic Inclusion for the SMEs and skill and competencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. President of the CS, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a great honor for me to be here with you this first session in order to deliver a speech on the different challenges to which we are faced with in terms of social justice. After the speeches that we have heard during the opening ceremony, it is doubtless that such a number of countries are going through different stages with different dynamics, which can be dynamics because of the difference between when it comes to social justice over the past years has become one of the most important topics to which, from the political point of view, we have to grant a priority. The social contracts, we have to rewrite the social contracts in our countries, especially with respect to the generational needs in the different countries. Of course, we have to grapple with the problems of technological changes and how to offer a better life to our citizens. And these are changes from one country to another. In Morocco, thanks God, we are a country that works within a spirit of solidarity, thanks to we have a social project initiated by His King Mohammed VI. Social justice is seen as the prerequisite for all public policies. We can look at different, identified such a number of challenges that characterize our country, and which are the following. The first is social inequality. These inequalities, social inequalities, that our country has tried to solve through the provision of water, electricity, basic equipment to our different regions. And of course, the societies change and the aspirations change, and they grow, of course, and they may sometimes go beyond the threshold. Of course, this is very important. What we have done is very important. Many countries have not succeeded in guaranteeing access to these basic services, because after generations of former programs such as PNRR, Pergama, and others, we have seen over the past 5 years some new needs emerging, the needs to renew these contracts, social contracts, based on a clear and lucid vision of His Majesty Mohammed VI, which gives more importance, of course, to vulnerable classes. So we have developed a program to direct support to the most vulnerable categories of our population in order to reach, in a very pragmatic ways, the citizens in locked up inland countries. We do this in a very transparent and very clear manner. This is why a good number of our citizens, men and women, have been included in this national initiative under His Majesty's enlightened leadership. And then there's the category of workers in the public as well as in the private sector. They need to continuous support and help from the state. Now in the social justice, of course, is working on the job offers, job availability, and with decent jobs, decent salaries, and the observation of people's rights. So social justice is one lever among others that promotes the concept of negotiations with our social partners, which is the basis. on which we can transpose those aspirations that can be targeted or concentrated within a given category. We will need to transform this into national collective horizon, which is for which we have a consensus in the whole country. Over the past years, many decisions were taken, which have led to the institutionalizations of reforms based on transparency. But also, we prepared and paved the way, depending on, of course, the different situations. We have managed to have clear principles that have led to conventions. For example, the April conventions, which through which we have increased the salary of many of our employees, and we have also seen that try to have for a rapprochement and to reduce the differences, the gaps between the different categories of workers. We also have worked on the private sector during this government mandate. We have worked on the minimum wage in agricultural and non-agricultural sectors. The SMIC and the lowest average has been increased by 25%, and the SMAG has also increased by 20%. By April 2026. Of course, it was important for us to go ahead with these negotiations with a certain number of social sectors, which are. This is the basis of our reform, such as the sector of education, the health sector, where we try to offer help and support to the employees working in this sector. 50 billion dirhams were devoted to these sectors. This is something that is unprecedented. This shows a great institutional commitment, and this is a signal for the heads of companies and all the governmental sectors. We're showing that in spite of all the difficulties and problems that we have, the social dialogue is the best way to solve all the problems that we are faced with. Of course, we had the crisis in the sector of education last year, as you all know, in 2024, in fact. But in spite of all the problems that we had, a real crisis with people who have organized demonstrations in the streets. We have worked and managed to solve this crisis, and this is a signal that we are sending that we can solve any crisis we are faced up with, because we have this culture of dialogue. And of course, dialogue can only be fruitful if solutions are just, fair, and equitable. Behind all these, when we look at our society, we always see that there are always obstacles, there are challenges, especially the ones pertaining to the youth, to employment, and this, of course, requires that we work together in order to overcome these problems. The last figures of the High Plan Commissioner insist on the fact that there is a drop in the figures of unemployment rates that have dropped to unprecedented figures. Of course, we need to work even harder in order to have a further decrease in the unemployment. When we think about this crisis in terms of social solidarity, we've seen that these young people have not access to any kind of direct or indirect public support in order to benefit from trainings or even job opportunities. I'm talking about this category of young people that have no employment, no education, and no perspectives or adequate education. So this category, of course, is problematic. We need to find the right threshold, the intervention threshold to solve this crisis. Because if we look at the figures, we see that more than 1 million Moroccans, young Moroccans, are within this situation where we're talking about 2/3 of the people within a situation of unemployment. If we look at the government problems, training, vocational problems in all sectors, including my own sector, we have many initiatives that address mainly the people with degrees, educational degrees. And now we need to address we have to monitor and develop vocational training. We have targeted 26,000 young people, 9,000 of which have degrees, and we provide theoretical education as well as practical aspect to the education. If 6,000 or 9,000 people in comparison with 1.5 million people, we would need 100 years to really absorb and solve this problem, knowing that school dropout is responsible of 80. We have more than 80,000 young people who drop out of school at primary level. We're not talking even about just before the first cycle of high school. So these figures are a source of concern for us. Of course, we need to have debates and discussions, but we need to go to the heart of the matter so that we can come up with solutions for this category of young people. Hence, the idea of generalizing this development of progressive professional and vocational training, and this is what we have undertaken since last October. The program was launched in 8 sectors with 200 professional families, different levels, beginning with the people who have abandoned school at the level of first year of secondary school until the baccalaureate level. We have, of course, we have specialized technicians, but this is not the category that needs this solution. So when we look at these professions, these artisans, of course, they exist in every sector, in the tourism sector, in the building sector, and in other areas. When you see these centers now that provide this kind of training to these young people, we see that among these young people, we have people who succeed in getting a job immediately after they graduate. So 1 billion dirhams is the budget in partnership with different sectors. And I think this was the basis with which we started to offer a solid solution to this population group, to this age group. The second aspect is how can we empower many companies. The ANAPEC, the National Agency for Trading, cannot do every year offer bridge. So they produce 130,000. We moved to 200,000. The people who were trained within these centers of vocational training, but we still continue to receive requests, job requests. These are employment requests, and these are files that we have within our 100,000 job requests will come. Because we do not provide yet the right qualifications for people to work within a certain number of sectors for which there is a demand. Sometimes the salary that is proposed by, of course, depending on the regions, is not interesting enough. So we really have real problems in this sense. We need, therefore, to come up with two solutions. That is professional training, vocational training. We also have a procedure which we have opened for the first time to the companies in order to recruit the young people who did not get a diploma, because these are, of course, people who are job seekers in many sectors. So we've seen, therefore, that 20% of the people who have applied to this program are, all of them, have no degree, no diploma. So what is the solution to this problem? We're beginning to see a new phenomena that we need to grapple with, and that is the seasonal jobs. Many Moroccans work in the agriculture sector, which is known for its seasonality. We've had years of drought, and thank God this year we've had lots of rainfalls, hoping. So this is something good news, because the question in terms of human resources in the agricultural sector is going to become more important, and therefore we need to prepare the workers for this sector. We tried to work with the representatives of Comader, which is the Confederation for the Agriculture Sector, to examine with them the list of priorities in terms of agenda, but also in the how to deal with the seasonal workers. But because when there is pressure in the terms of expertise, or we find that there is a lack of balance between the offer and the demand. So we have this circular migration of young people who go and work outside Morocco and then come back. So we cannot continue to, if we want to achieve this social justice within our kingdom and provide the jobs to all the social categories, the ones who have a diploma. I'm talking to you about all those young people who are go through this cycle of progressive vocational training in all sectors, in the fisheries sectors, in the agriculture sectors, and in other sectors. Of course, therefore, we need to have to adapt to these new needs. So we have to have agendas that address those needs in the different sectors. We cannot work. We need to work with real methodology. We're working with ANAPEC, who has for the first time a program called IDMAJ, which is inclusion, but which is a successful one. But we have added seasonal inclusion as well. I've talked with the Minister of Equipment so that we can move directly from to the inclusion of other ministries, such as the Ministry of Public Works, and other ministerial departments, so that these seasonal workers can be taken into consideration. In spite of all these programs of progressive vocational training, or the ANAPEC program, in order to absorb these young people who have no degrees, so we offer tax incentives also to companies. But we still need to solve this problem of seasonal work, and we may include it in the employment code, so that we can make sure that everybody is going who graduates from these schools is going to find a paid job and to enjoy all their rights and prerogatives. So this is the work that we're doing right now within this particular situation, hoping that this programs will lead to social conventions by May 2026. So I'd like to, there's we need also to have global training reforms. These people who are looking for a job know that they need to have quality trainings. And His Majesty King Mohammed VI, for a number of years now, has been insisting on the importance of vocational training, considering that it is one of the pillars, main pillars of job market opportunities. His Majesty has launched a very important program which includes 12 work families. 9 of them have already been implemented, and 3 are in the pipe. Insisting on the quality rather than quantity, especially in sectors that can help Morocco become more competitive on international level. So this is why this year we have managed for the first time to launch this vocational training year with 750,000 beneficiaries, men and women, with many stakeholders, ministerial departments from different sectors, tourism, agriculture, public works. We can add also the private sector to this list. So now 150,000 trainings in the private sector. So we need to bring the private sector on board because it does not really its full potential. It's a sector that has a lot of potentials, and this is why we have renewed the contract with the private sector to include our way of proceeding to work with the private sector and to see how the private sector can play its role fully, knowing that they have a role to play within this economic equation. So we need to bring them on board. We need to, through 2 important reforms and 1 important convention. The first reform is that we have examined the accreditation procedure. We have this procedure. We have 500 of such accreditations because this is what gives value to the work of the private sector. Especially that if we take just the health sector, for example, the private sector covers half of the needs of this sector. In order to have this unbalance between demand and offer, we have really have re-examined and all these procedures, the accreditation procedures, because in the past accreditation came after the exams and the diplomas and the diploma. So I think we have changed this. We have changed this now. We have the reverse situation where accreditation is given to school before giving anything else. Now we have also opened the path for these institutions to be able to give evening classes, and even because when we have this problem between the people who go to class have to go to school, and while they have a job probably for which they are not very well paid, and they need to. So the time that they have to allocate to this training is only evening time. So this is why now we have to have decisions taken in this respect. So we have now made it possible for the private sector to offer evening classes, including Saturday evening. So this is want to include the people who are working and who cannot attend their classes on a regular basis in the daytime. Now, the second point is that even while we grant this diploma, we do not specify that person was having taken evening classes. Now, there is a very important article that you need to have a certain number of prerequisites, that you need to have a certain minimal number of lessons over a certain period of time. I'm sorry if I insist on these details, because I'm telling you that this is very important if we want to achieve this social justice. We have partners that are very well known at regional level, but also all over the country. So the investment convention is also something important, and this has played an important role in order to prevent child labor. We're going to have the 6th summit to deal with this problem of child labor, and Morocco will be talking about the work that we did in this respect. 80% of those children, when these young people work, can help seasonally and for limited times to help if they need to help their families. So now they will have to work on the remaining 20%. So we have try to come up with several solutions, especially with small companies and SMEs. 30% of scholarships are granted to now we have we invest in this training, and we have scholarships for young people who suffer from geographical delocalization. If, of course, the farther you are from training centers, we, of course, are people who are going to have priority. So there are people who we cannot be investing all the time in the region between Tangier, Casablanca. We need to think about other regions in Morocco. So on the whole, we have to solve the problem of regional disparity. We have to improve health, education, and others. We have to institutionalize the respect of the Constitution, and of course in partnership with other bodies such as the Social and Economic Council, and through the democratic dialogue within the institutions. This dialogue has to go through the coverage of all social categories, and not to give priority to one category over others. We need to have beneficiaries from the urban as well as the rural areas. We need, in the end of the day, the Royal Project, which was launched by His Majesty, may God assist him, in the aeronautical field, has given priority for high-quality vocational training to young people who are trained here in Morocco, in Casablanca, under His Majesty's leadership. Of course, all the work is based on solid basis, so that we can make progress. And we have points that we need to improve, and we need to work together, all government working together with regional bodies who have to fill their role in a more exhaustive manner. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for sharing with us this presentation on the Moroccan experience regarding the renewal of the social contract and the conditions for that. You have gone through a number of innovative approaches, including social support, the conditions for proper functioning and work conditions, and you insisted also at the end on the fact that there are still open-ended projects that are still going on, including projects and seasonal nature of certain projects, and the contribution of certain sectors, contributions that remain limited. given also the training systems and mechanisms that you are using. I now give the floor to Mr. Lahsan Haddad, Vice President of the House of Councillors, or Deputy Speaker. You have the floor, sir. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished Minister of Economic Inclusion, Small Business, Employment and Skills, distinguished President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, distinguished members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. For a long time, social justice has been introduced as an ethical principle, an important one, an urgent one sometimes, but in fine, it's secondary compared to economic growth or stability or competitiveness. Today, this way of seeing things is no longer pertinent in a world that is facing numerous climate change phenomena, including the floods we're witnessing today, demographic change, and also the economic shocks. And therefore, social justice has become a key condition for the development of society. It's not a luxury. It's not a slogan. It is a key element in the good governance system. Let me just base my presentation on the fact the key changes in the world do not affect the world in the same way, or societies in the same way. It is mostly those who are lacking the ability to adapt that suffer the most. And it affects the middle class. Also, the role of banks is important, and their decisions and their policies affect the vulnerable most than anything else. The high price of the living conditions is also an important aspect. What we witness today is not just sweeping changes, but it also the gaps and the differences in addressing the perils and risks. Institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF no longer talk about growth, but also about inclusive growth that is resilient. A resilient growth that can stand up to the economic shocks. It is no matter a question of redistribution, but how we distribute these perils and risks and the job opportunities. Therefore, the justice has become a means for the engineering of policies for many years. Inequality was considered a purely social matter. Today, this is an economic variable. And the evidence to this is quite clear. If there is inequality on a rampant basis, that has an impact on everything, including on the policies, including on gaps, and the efficiency of reforms, even the good ones. Therefore, the OECD discourse is has changed as well. It sees this as a key element on competitiveness and economic growth. This means that unjust societies have a big price tag, and therefore it is difficult to achieve justice and stability in those societies. Today, they are no longer effective, and there is a major paradigm shift today in the sense that social justice is multifarious. It involves good access to education, quality health care, equality between the central government and the regions, and also gender equality and intergenerational equality. And also they need to address risks in a same way. And therefore, the United Nations establishes a link between social justice and resilience and economic development and peace in the world. The handicap or the gap as far as social justice increases vulnerability, and that leads to insecurity and instability. There is a story that is often repeated, and it says that this has an impact on states' finances. If we do not address social inequality, then even the legitimacy of reforms is questioned, and the price to be paid is higher at medium and long term. On the other hand, good public policies and social policies lead to credibility and strengthens the social contract. Therefore, it's not just a matter of addressing justice and stability. We have to take into account the long-term sustainability and resilience of the societies. The first one leads to a stability that is vulnerable, but the second one leads to greater resilience. We have to include social justice in the policies and not redress them afterwards. We have, second, to target the populations concerned. And this is much more pertinent than providing assistance. And third, institutions and trust. If there is no trust, even the policies that are properly or adequately funded can fail. And that is where the role of institutions and parliamentaries is most important. We have to make sure that we do not just build on the technical and technocratic efficiency. The conclusion is that that social justice is no longer just a slogan; it is a key element of resilience and the way to achieve social justice on a broad basis. The institutions that will be successful in the future are not necessarily the ones that progress quickly, but those that take into account social justice and work to achieve it. Therefore, social justice is no longer an option. It is a strategic policy requirement. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for this advocacy that is based on the fact that the inequitable societies are the ones that lead to the greater costs, and therefore we have to make sure that social justice should be part and parcel of policies based on three elements: targeting, proactive policies, and trust in institutions. Thank you, Mr. Minister. The next presentation will be made by Mr. Khalid Safir. He's the Director General of the Caisse de dépôt et de gestion, the Deposit and Management Fund. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin. Distinguished Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished President of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, distinguished Minister, honorable members of the House of Councillors and House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I should like first to express my sincere thanks to the Speaker of the House of Councillors for inviting me to take part in this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, which is being held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, under the motto Social Justice in a Changing World, Equitable Policies for More Resilient Societies. The organization of this forum is taking place in a sweeping global environment, given the economic, health, and climate crisis that we have had to deal with, and that have increased vulnerability and also the gaps in developments between different societies and different regions in the world. This means that we have to reconsider the very basis and foundations of social justice and the traditional approach to them. The convening of this forum is particularly important in the sense that it is in line with the dynamism of our society under the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, which makes social justice or places social justice at the heart of the economic model in keeping with the obligations and the commitments of the Kingdom of Morocco in terms of SDGs. Today we are meeting in an environment, in a geopolitical environment which is quite complex and which is facing a number of crises. We can no longer consider this as an exceptional situation. These are crises that are ongoing and that are multiform, and they have been extended over, or have been protracted. The economic, political, and geopolitical and energy crises no longer are to be seen in a silo. They are accumulating, and they have had a major impact on economic and territorial developments, and they have had a deleterious impact on the treasuries of countries and the ability of these countries to ensure social cohesion. In this regard, His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, insisted in the Throne Day speech in 2022 that we cannot address national and international challenges if we do not build on entrepreneurship and promote social cohesion. This means that resilience is no longer a transient requirement. It is a key element for stability, social cohesion, and greater trust in institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, inequality has often been addressed as being related only to income, but this is no longer sufficient to understand the complex and the depth of the situation. Inequality is not just income gaps and figures. This is a phenomenon that involves also access to education, health, housing, and public services. This is shown by the different gaps and divides between different regions, some that are prosperous and others that are vulnerable and isolated. And therefore, the most perilous factor is that this is an intergenerational phenomenon. His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, has expressed this in the Throne Day speech in which His Majesty said that there is no place today for a Morocco that is moving at two different speeds, and this shows that social justice is no longer a luxury or a requirement or a goal for a specific sector. The youth are the most affected by the situation. The vulnerability of the pathways and the digital divide affects equal opportunity, and the digital revolution, despite the opportunities it provides, also leads to greater divides and gaps and the inability or difficulty in addressing the situation. This leads to exclusion, and therefore social justice can no longer be addressed in a piecemeal manner. We have to take it as a whole and in a proactive manner. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, given these key changes, the state has to develop and revisit its policies to make sure that we address the needs. And often public policies intervene only when these gaps and these are entrenched, and therefore we have to move from a corrective policy that is based on spending on social needs to a policy that is proactive and that seeks to limit and reduce risks. Therefore, social justice, expenditure on social justice is an investment in the future, and therefore we have to invest in the human capital, in employment, because this leads to resilience. We have to also make sure that we address the question of exclusion. Any exclusion leads to greater costs for the society, whether it is at the monetary level or at social level. The dropout phenomenon is also an important element to be taken into account. Any child that leaves school is a source of problems for the society and for the government spending. If we invest properly in education, in training, then the costs will be lower for the states. And therefore, in keeping with this logic, we have to develop public policies that promote equality to make sure that inequality does not become a structural problem. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing this question of a country moving at two speeds is something that is important, because the inequalities and gaps are not just limited to wealth, but also to the access to working opportunity, to job opportunities. And therefore, we need to promote local economic dynamic to make sure that jobs are provided at a local level, and to involve the social dimension in the investment projects and programs. Hence, the public investment is important for social justice, not just in terms of resources, but also for the structural impact that it creates in regions and local economic programs, because it leads to reducing the gaps and disparities, and it represents an incentive for the private investment. And third, it creates job opportunities directly and indirectly. And fourth and lastly, it improves access to basic services such as education, health, and housing, and this has an impact on the living conditions of the citizens. But the stakes and the challenges are not just limited to that. We have to make sure that there is sustainable impact at regional and national level. Investment is a means to avoid crisis in the future, whether they are national, regional, or intergenerational. The state has means to provide for investment requirements and conditions, including tax exemptions to channel investment towards job creating activities and projects. To promote social justice, we have to diagnose the situation and also make sure that public policies are properly geared towards the targeted populations. Make sure that this is an equitable exercise. The unified social record should contribute to this, to make sure that we target the populations concerned. And lastly, the reform of the administration is a key pillar for the achievement of social justice and for the digital services, to make sure that we increase transparency, the efficiency of public service, and improve the business environment for these businesses and the citizens alike. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to be to say this clearly. The cost is reduced at upfront, that is upstream. If we do that, and if we commit ourselves to doing that, to identifying risks upstream, then that reduces costs. We have to be able to intervene at the right time, in the right place, and this reduces the cost and also reduces gaps. And therefore, we have to make sure that we reduce the digital, the financial, and the intergenerational debt. We have to make sure that we avoid the situation in which future generations will have to pay for our debts incurred today. The social justice is a collective duty. The state has a key role to play, a strategic role, but it cannot work on its own. It has to work in conjunction with public institutions, investors, the private sector, and social and the civil society. Hence, the role of the CDG, which is a fund that works to address current as well as future challenges, taking into account the need to make sure to save money to be able and prepared to address future challenges. The fund also, the Deposit and Management Fund also works to promote programs that have a social impact, key social impact, working with financial institutions and social institutions to enable the state to implement its agenda in an efficient way. This direct contribution is done through the disbursement of financial assistance and to ensure that there is good monitoring and assessment of outcomes and results, to make sure also that the support is received on time by the beneficiaries as part of the social protection mechanisms. The fund also contributes to the pension funds in terms of management and to protect the rights of the beneficiaries in long-time perspectives. Third, we are also engaged in investments that have a major social impact and that promotes entrepreneurship and innovation as key elements of economic and social development to ensure that we create jobs and come up with added value. And finally, to mobilize investment mechanisms and leverage them, especially in the area of digital services, to increase and improve the people's access to these services and improve public service and also the relationship between the citizens and the different administrations. Through these interventions, the Deposit and Management Fund contributes to promoting social protection and the livelihoods of people, make sure that we contribute to economic and social inclusion for the different segments of the population. The fund is also works indirectly to promote investment for the promotion of the economy and to make sure that there is a social and impact at environmental at economic, social, and environmental level. We work on a number of pathways, including the development of areas that are job creating in sectors such as aviation and the automobile sector, and these contribute to activities that are sustainable in regional level. Second, fund major infrastructure projects that contribute to opening up remote areas and also access to the service markets. And third, work on tourism in Taghazout, Saidi, and Tiznata, that is beyond the real estate aspect. We seek to create local job opportunities, promote the job fabric in those regions. Through these investments, the Deposit and Management Fund seeks to build on a dynamic to create jobs, promote social cohesion, and reduces disparities between different regions. The fund works on two complementary levels through direct contributions to social protection and deposits, and indirectly through investments, the creation of job opportunities, infrastructure, and a good economic policy. The role of the fund is not just a traditional investor. It seeks to provide incentives for the investment to share risks and to encourage other public and private stakeholders to serve public objectives. The Deposit and Management Fund works alongside the state and other stakeholders to make sure that our policy leads to concrete, measurable results that improve the livelihoods of the citizens. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Khalid Safi, for this presentation. So, by highlighting the fact that these reforms is a shared responsibility between the different stakeholders,
كبيرة
and by highlighting the relationship with social justice. Of course, we know that there are a lot of inequalities, especially concerning the young people. And then we have talked about the role of government
إعادة صياغة هذه
in setting up different mechanisms in order to redesign those approaches. Before Mr. Safir going into the details of the role of the Deposit and Management Fund and its role as a partner, a major role of this solidarity policy in Morocco. The floor now to Mrs. Hilarie Carnevali, who is representative in Morocco of the United Nations Programme for Development.
Président de la Chambre des conseillers.
Mr. Speaker of the House of Representatives, honorable representatives of institutions, ladies and gentlemen, parliamentarians, Excellency, ambassadors, representatives of international institutions, all protocols observed. I'm honored to share this program, this forum, as this 10th forum of the International Forum on Social Justice, organized by the House of Councillors in partnership with the CSC. I'm happy to see that the UNDP is associated to this space and to stress our interest in this kind of dialogue, because we also have a vision founded on equity and human dignity. This dialogue has a particular resonance this year because of the World Day of Social Justice on the end of February. The themes of this forum remind us that the developments, economic problems, economic, digital, social can only succeed if they are fair, inclusive, and offering opportunities for all. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights starts with this founding sentence: all human beings are entitled, born free and equal in rights and duties. Article 25 on rights and social justice. Social justice is not something a favor. It's not just a simple sector-based policy. It is the expression, the concrete expression of human rights in the daily lives. This is exactly the spirit of the Agenda 23, with the promise that nobody is going to be left behind. And this is the cornerstone of this policy. We are faced today with a superposition of climate transitions, digital transition, demographic transitions, and economic transitions throughout the world. These, if these are not governed with equity, can lead or increase regional and territorial gaps. Many people throughout the world live within multinational poverty, both in terms of education, revenue, health, and basic education. For the first time, these 52.4% of the world population benefits from at least one social protection service. The remaining ones have no social security coverage, not even when the economic and climate climatic shocks intensify. In November 2012, the international community adopted the political declaration, Doha's political declaration for social development. The text places social justice, the decent employment, and universal social protection at the heart of the public policies, and it has set a commission that for social development to do the follow-up. This shows that social justice cannot be dissociated from peace, the economic sustainability and the rule of law. Social justice is what enables everyone to live with dignity and to make plans for the future and to participate fully in society. The Agenda 23 for the SDG goals is, of course, intended not to leave anybody behind. There is a concrete commitment to measure progress, not by looking at the ones who make the greatest progress or the average number of people, but to look at the ones who are maybe left behind. This is this kind of equilibrium that we need to think about. The last report on human development says this quite clearly. There are persistent inequalities and the erosion of trust throughout the world, because this is a vicious circle. Too many people still live in multidimensional poverty. Half of the humanity has no adequate social security coverage, and more than half the population are in difficult situations. But there is also reasons for hope. Morocco is is an illustration of this. Allow me to commend the progress made by the Kingdom of Morocco in this. Our last report on human development confirmed that for the first time the Kingdom of Morocco has joined the category of people of countries that have high human development with an index of 0.70. Behind this threshold, there is very concrete progress that has been made all along the past 20 years. Lengthened life expectancy, real progress in terms of education, access to health services, and the social disparities, the regional disparities, reduction of the, especially concerning women and young people, have been reduced. Risk connected with climate changes are challenges, great challenges within Morocco's ascending trajectory. There is a very important dimension which is at the heart of which is the territorial, the disparities between regions, whether in Morocco as in the rest of the world, between the urban and the rural, between the center and the periphery, where differences are sometimes profound and are an impediment to the development of multidimensional poverty. Has dropped many countries, dropping from 12 to 6%, 0.8 in 2024. But regional and social disparities still persist between rural and urban areas in particular. Gender inequality is still there, and youth unemployment is still a source of concern. In a world where 1.2 billion young people will enter into the job market for only 420 million employment at global level, this is a problem that goes beyond the borders. The digital gap, the informal jobs, and other issues are reasons for which we should continue to be working to. This combination and intersection of these inequalities is what Morocco is working for through advanced regionalization, and we're supporting our program with Morocco is around three priorities: economic, inclusive and sustainable transformation, social transformation, governance, resilience, and territorial development. These are not separate sectors. This is the same ambitions, working at regional levels, regional and national reforms. Is giving equal opportunities to all Moroccans. The UNDP work is to bring all these pillars together. We will collaborate with a great number of ministries, national institutions, local bodies, the private sector, local communities, through a portfolio of programs that highlight national leadership and the development of indigenous programs and local programs. This is a program that we have been supporting for over the 6 years of collaboration that we have with Morocco. We learn from projects and programs that within 170 countries and territories. We share the Moroccan experience, for example, in terms of climate change, energy transition, local governance, digitalization, or South-South cooperation. We share this with the rest of the world. We share Moroccan experience with the rest of the world. The Kingdom of Morocco is not just a beneficiary of, in terms of cooperation, he's a partner and innovator, a contributor to this development agenda, human development and inclusive development in the world. I'd like to share 4 examples in which the UNDP has been supporting the implementation of the objective strategies of Morocco, which implements these programs. For example, when we work with green employment in cooperation with different national institutions, we connect ecological transition to decent employment for young people. When we work on digital inclusion, when we work on the implementation of the Morocco digital strategy, we are working, in fact, on digitalization of public services. We bring together justice, social justice through the services that are provided by the central administration. When we support, as it was the case in 2025, support the Kingdom of Morocco. Morocco launched on the Digital for Sustainable Development Hub, a regional platform, an ambitious one that co-built in order to offer digital services and artificial inclusive digital. This is a platform that works beyond the frontiers of Morocco. We're working on digitalization that, when it is really designed as a means of inclusion, is not going to widen the gap. It is going to bridge the gap and bring basic services, employment, local services as a lever for equality in Morocco. Is therefore here as a reference actor for us, for all the Arabic and African region, as a producer country rather than a buyer of the attempt not to leave anybody behind at the geostrategic level. Third example, when we support the work of the Interministerial Delegation for Human Rights for the territorialization of human rights through local action plans, human rights, the School for Human Rights. We're working with the Ministry of Solidarity, social integration in the family. We work on the integration of the rights of people with disabilities, because social justice starts with the visibility of those who are not seen. Through the local support to active localization of development, we support advanced regionalization, and it's in Morocco. With of course, we offer support at central level, but we also work at regional level with programs, working with integrated development approaches in regional planning, and also in especially with respect to change climate. So we support projects that should be funded in order to enhance regional resistance to climate hazards. In this framework, the adoption of an approach that connects planning for the development, regional development, with innovating, finding and innovative strategies, PPPs connected with the local development objectives, investments in high potential development programs, in order to generate sustainable and green jobs. We're working, of course, in this with the Ministry of Work, Employment, Inclusion and Economic Development. All of these are very important levers to speed up the SDG goals and to increase the impact of these the national programs on landlocked territories, and the fact this forum is held within this parliament is important. It's not only symbolic. Every financial law is a choice of social justice. Every budget discussion is an arbitration between the problems of today and tomorrow's right. During the World Summit World Summit co-facilitated by Morocco, recognizes very clearly MPs are necessary actors for the implementation of this program. The commitment taken by the governments become a reality only when they are integrated within the laws and funded by the budgets. The role of MEs go beyond legislation. This is the place where the regional voices, the civil society are heard. When a parliament talks about social justice, it's sending a clear signal. This is a societal choice. It requires data, follow-up, and which go beyond even just political will. It is a choice that commits Agenda 23 with the ODD goals. This is something that the Parliament can take hold on to control public action within the framework of advanced legislation. The role of follow-up and evaluation is a decisive role. The UNDP, thanks to experience with work of parliaments throughout the world, is ready to support the House of Councillors within this kind of approach. To conclude, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, human development, the definition in the UNDP is a process for broadening human capacities and offering fulfillment to each individual within his or her society. It represents the real liberties that individuals have to enjoy, the right to dignity, participation to the development of society. For social justice is make sure that these efforts do not depend on gender or age or birthplace. These have to apply to all the regions, regardless of other considerations. The UNDP is there to help with the institutions and different partners to make of this social justice issue as something that it will ensure inclusive and sustainable development. I would like to thank you for your attention and wish you full success in your proceedings. Merci. Thank you for this presentation. After having talked about the importance of the transition that the world is going through today, especially with the digital, the ecological, climate levels, you insisted also on saying that most of these negotiations can only be successful only if they are fair and equitable. Social justice is not cannot be seen outside the issues of social justice. Now, Mrs. Carnevali, after this, has reminded us about the partnership between the UNDP and Morocco for 60 years now. It's a partnership, exemplary kind of partnership. The UNDP supports our country on a certain number of structuring programs, whether it be the green jobs, the implementation of Moroccan digital strategy, the implementation of the new strategies in terms of education to human rights, and of course our major project, which is advanced regionalization. Thank you, Mrs. Carnevali. The last presentation within the framework of this panel is going to be Professor Larbi Jadi's presentation. I don't think I need to introduce him. He's an academic professor, economist, specialist and expert in public policy and social development. Mr. Jaidi, you have the floor. Excellencies, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, honorable councillors, allow me first to thank your honorable assembly and all its members for the invitation sent to me to talk about this issue of social justice, topic which your House has organized regularly on a yearly basis given the importance of the topic and also given the importance of your efforts to build public policies that will ensure an equitable and fair distribution of wealth, resources, and as you know, our world, the world we know, is going through a very critical phase characterized by uncertainty. This, of course, is the consequence of geopolitical tensions and, of course, a setback, economic setback, which we see, and which has to do with the problems in value chains, problems also with all that issues of technological competition. These mutations are no longer external data. They have an impact, a palpable impact on countries' economies, also on their social fabric, but also on their capacity to preserve social justice or to achieve social justice. Morocco is clearly committed to the process of this social justice. However, these mutations are a structural challenge, but also a real exam about the credibility of these social reforms that were launched over the past years. The first question that I'm going to address in my speech is the nature of these shocks that have an impact on our pathway to achieve social justice, because each and every one of these shocks can have its own explanation, but also its own impact. So these international mutations that I spoke about, if we can be considered as being clearly present, and they have a clear impact also on the international environment, as we will know. We see, of course, conflicts, whether it will be in Europe, in Africa, or other places in the world, are not remote conflicts. In fact, they have real impact on our economies and our social cohesion. At the heart of this issue, they're at the heart of this issue of social equalities within countries and between countries. In Morocco, these conflicts are real tests, double-edged test, one test to Morocco's resilience, and they also highlight structural vulnerabilities that we cannot deny. So the world has entered into a new era that can be defined by the break of this globalization and a restructuring of this globalization around energy, food, natural resources, rare natural resources, but also on creativity and technology. The countries that have their own sovereignty in these sectors can or have the capacity to absorb those shocks, whereas other countries that rely on other revenues can suffer from an increase in pressure in terms of economic issues and life standards. The comparative divide between these two types of countries is increasing, and the increase of these tensions, of these conflicts, has led to the increase inflation, the increase of prices, especially food supplies, and which impact the most vulnerable categories. There's also an impact on the job market, and therefore we see that there are more and more tensions between stable jobs and precarious jobs. This has made it even more complicated for the young people, whether they have a school degree or not, to find a job. This has become a real issue to social stability and also to social coherence. So this social state that we have in Morocco is not just a luxury. It's not a luxury. It has become a strategic challenge, and it requires great responsibilities in the management of the national policies. The second element concerning these shocks as the economic wars that we witness now. With these, the shocks have shown that international economy is no longer just this neutral space which follows competition rules. In fact, it has become a setting now for conflicts which gender the politicization of access to markets and which redefines the value chains through the lens of political interests and other interests. These wars, economic wars, can lead to greater differences between states. Some states who have the capacity to restructure quickly, restructure their production system, and also benefit from technological opportunities, and there are other countries which are more vulnerable, which rely on the open markets and the stability of value chains. So equality between the states is depends no longer on the production efforts, but also the balance of powers and the capacity to reposition within this globalization, which is now which has not fulfilled its promises, especially when it comes to low-income countries. Now, the consequence of these economic wars does not stop at the physical frontiers. In fact, they go even within the internal economic situations of the different countries, with the problems with inflation, problem with imported products, especially, which is problematic, especially to low-income families. And this, again, leads further to this polarization of the job market. The regions that are preserved, such as the advanced technology sectors, but also which is detrimental to other sectors where they have fewer opportunities for offering job opportunities. Third one has to do with climate change. Climate change is no longer just a matter of environment. It has become a matter of social justice. The most important one, indeed, because these impacts are not seen the same way depending on the social categories. This is something that even deepens these social disparities. We see great disparities between the states, especially when it comes to northern countries and African countries. We see that industrially advanced countries can adapt much more rapidly than the southern countries. This is where we see a great imbalance between the distribution of real responsibilities. And within these countries, we see this gap between, again, within countries, we see a gap between the social classes that can adapt and those who cannot. So the direct impact of climate change when it comes to this social justice issue shows that climate change can impact our essential rights through the health, especially in the health sector, because of the propagation of certain diseases that are connected with climate change, the rise of life standards, hydric stress that we see more and more in countries, but also it impacts sectors such as education. We see this through school dropouts and forced migration. Therefore, change climate is not just a threat, but this social mobility that we all look for becomes jeopardized. So these are the different shocks shocks. Another different shocks is digital transformation, which again is going to increase. We see the opportunities that it offers for social justice, but also the danger and the threat that it presents for the increase in those inequalities. So the digital transformation both a promise and a threat. It can deepen those disparities. And this geographic gap between areas with rich opportunities and other areas where there are job problems. So we can. So there are countries where people can work on digital platforms, but there are also legislation problem that had to address social justice. Digitalization should be a mechanism. It should be a lever for achieving social justice and not the contrary. So a question that arises is the following: what are the footprints of these disruptive elements on the social fabric and the social disparities? So we need to, of course, we see that there are growing uncertainties that we see today at international level. We have geopolitical tensions. We have slowing down of the world economies. They have a direct impact on employment. Of course, this is the most important problem. When we talk about social justice, it has an impact on employment. As we see today, the job market is very vulnerable and very easily impacted by those shocks. Now, for the development of the system of social security, systems, with, of course, these international issues that have a double impact on the social security systems. On the one side, we need, of course, the increasing need for the social protection system because of the rise in the life expenses, but also we have the problems of political adaptation to these changes. In this international and national context, we can ask ourselves the question: what are the threats and the challenges in the future? The true challenge is that we need to go for a proactive social justice, and expanded social justice that covers all the sectors. In order to achieve this, we need to have public policies that take into consideration employment policies, quality on quality level, holistic policies that can be adapted to financially, and a framework that is fair and that offers opportunities to all. Our hope, our ambition is we need to renew our approach to this social justice in Morocco. It can no longer be seen just as one of our sectors. It has to become a lever by which we consolidate our social fabric in Morocco and by which we have ensured the credibility of the public policies. We need to insist on a certain number of priorities. Very important the first one, we have to go back to this concept of social resilience with a clear definition. We cannot stop this definition at just absorbing those shocks within the economic crisis context, but we have to be proactive. We have to have a long-term vision based on anticipation of vulnerability points in order to reduce risks and reduce these social distortions. So this is our vision. This is how we can define social justice as a precondition for resilience. in Morocco. How can we manage this transition of public policies, corrective public policies? How we could go from these to transformative policies. By this we mean that traditionally social policies, public social policies targeted were corrective after they come after the crisis, and now the transformative approaches can create profound transmutation in the logic of what we want to understand by this reform. It's not just a thought. We need to change the structures, the very structures that engender those inequalities. Or social policies can become a lever for development alongside other public policies. So these transformative social policies have to go with certain principles, such as the redistribution, the rapprochement between transformation and social transformation in all its aspects. And also we need to develop the qualities and the skills, individuals' skills, not only to give them more revenues. Third is to develop this policy to move from categorized social protection to a holistic and global social protection policy. These scattered approaches for social justice, of course, they offer a partial social protection, but it's incapable of facing up to the dangers that we are faced with, unless these prerogatives are broadened and cover other aspects such as inclusion and harmonization of all the aspects of social security aspects, especially in crisis times. Now, on the basis of this model, we need to move from this limited targeting to a social network that is more globalistic and more holistic. So this future, this vision of the future needs robust management, fair governance, and continuous funding. For governance, we need institutional creativity. We need to adopt holistic approaches, coordinated approaches, involving all the stakeholders. And we also make good use of digitalization for the follow-up, for the increasing role of regionalization also, as well as the continuous funding. This continuous funding has to have progressive taxation system and redistribution the system, as well as the revision of the model that of our investment policies. In conclusion, I think that Morocco is faced with a strategic challenge, which is in how making universal justice not just a social net, but also an environment that has its own infrastructures that leads to stability, legitimization of this social security system. We need to have an ambitious project. Morocco is at the crossroads in terms of social policies between what we have, our heritage, and what we have inherited from the past, and also what we the reforms that we are implementing in the future that we want to reach. We need to move towards a system where we have public policies based on solid and clear policies. In conclusion, it's no longer a luxury to talk about social justice and to deal with social justice. We're talking about stability phases and crisis hopes. It's a prerequisite to go from uncertainty without shattering our social stability. Morocco cannot be limited to the volume of reforms is implemented, but also to their capacity to protect citizens, men and women, sustainably, so that we can face up to the world crisis and with the moving the trust, the efficiency of our collective project that is going to be held by the Parliament through legislative work, the public policies, which I think has a primordial role in order to protect the citizens, protect this project of social justice, enhance the citizens' trust in their institutions. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jaidi, for this presentation. That has addressed the impact of the changes rocking the world based on the assumption that the real test for the credibility of public policies is related to our ability to ensure the success of our approaches relating to the achievement of social justice. And Mr. Jaidi has talked about at least 4 factors that have a direct impact on our ability to implement policies as far as social justice is concerned. First, the international tensions, the economic wars, climate change, and finally, the digital transformation. All of these are factors that have a key impact on the efficiency of social justice. They contribute to uncertainty. And Mr. Jaidi concluded by saying that we need to have an approach to social justice that is based on a reform, and a comprehensive reform, so that it can serve as one of the key elements for the assessment of the efficiency of public policies. It's 1:20, and given the pressure that we have faced in this morning session, we shall stop. We shall start a Q&A session, and I will ask Mr. Masib and Mr. Reda to join the platform or the dais to monitor the remaining parts of this working session. Thank you.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والصلاة والسلام.
Good afternoon. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon him, his kith and kin. We start this second session of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice. And this is the second session on equity and social protection, inclusive policies for resilient societies. This is a theme that is particularly important given the theme of this forum. Social policy, especially social protection schemes, are a key element in developing societies that are more equitable, more resilient, in addressing crises and sweeping changes. The international practices and experiences in this regard have shown the role of social protection in mitigating the effects of economic shocks and crises, and to reduce poverty and vulnerability, and also to promote stability and social cohesion. However, the efficiency of these policies hinges on a number of structural factors, including the extent to which the social protection mechanism and their financing can meet the needs and expectations of different social segments, given the major changes affecting the labor market, increase in population, and new forms of vulnerability that are emerging. In this regard, there are challenges relating to coordination, to the interdependency between different programs, and the link with objectives as far as sustainable development is concerned. This session, therefore, seeks to discuss and benefit from different systems and approaches, and insists on the conditions of sustainability and the key role of parliaments in legislation and in adopting texts that contribute to good assessment of the social and territorial impact in order to promote trust and confidence in public policies. Some of the key issues in this regard concern the following. What are the conditions for developing social justice systems and ensuring their sustainability over the medium and long term? How can we make sure that we target the deserving segments of the population? What are the means to ensure that there is a clear interaction and interdependence between the different interventions? How do labor market changes affect the future of social protection schemes? And what is the role of the Parliament in ensuring monitoring and follow-up to the social impact and the regional impact or territorial impact of these policies? To address this, I will give the floor to Mrs. Naima Ben Yahya, Minister of Solidarity, Social Integration and Family. Madam Minister, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the Prophet, his kith and kin, distinguished speaker, distinguished representative of the Social Environmental Council, distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished experts, honorable minister, ladies and gentlemen. I should like first to extend my sincere thanks to the Speaker of the House of Councillors and to all the members of the House for inviting me to take part in this 10th International Parliamentary Forum held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God be with him, under the motto social justice in a changing world, a need for equitable policies for more resilient societies. I should like to take this opportunity to congratulate the House of Councillors for choosing this topic, given its pertinence and the sweeping changes. We have a dual responsibility, that is to protect achievements and to make sure that public policies continue to be key engines for promoting social justice. I would like to contribute to this session on social and to this session regarding the social justice in the context of global transformation. This is a key pathway for us to address all the shocks that we can face. Social justice is a key element to promote social justice, as seen by His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. And all of the interventions and the work we've been doing is to implement the policy of His Majesty the King, to make sure that public policy, as explained by His Majesty the King in the letter addressed to the International Parliamentary Conference in 2016, His Majesty said that we have been insisting on the link between economic development and social justice and social cohesion on the other hand, because we are convinced that it does not make any sense to achieve economic growth rates without efficient policies that are based on an equitable distribution of the dividends of progress throughout the country and across all population segments. This is clearly in keeping with the Constitution adopted in 2011, which insists on a solidarity-based society, on dignity for all the citizens, equal opportunity, social justice, and a dignified life that takes into account the participation of the citizens to economic development and social justice. And the Article 31 addresses the rights of the citizens on equal basis to have access to basic services, and makes it compulsory on the government authorities to ensure that access is facilitated. Article 34 pays special attention to the vulnerable segments of the population. Article 40 talks about solidarity and burden sharing. The government considers that the socially minded, the development of a socially minded society is important in the sense that it creates a link between progress and the achievements of social justice, including expanding health coverage, the development of assistance mechanisms for the needy families. This is in line with the policy to promote human resources, health, education, and training, social cohesion, creation of job opportunities, reducing gaps and disparities, and promoting proximity services. Ladies and gentlemen, social justice is based on a number of ethics that are really important, because they involve a number of values, including justice, equity, dignity, equal opportunity, equality, solidarity, and the fight against all forms of discrimination. The principle of equity is important in the sense that it provides guidelines for the proper use of resources so that equality can be achieved on the ground. The dignity is important because it makes the citizens feel that they are worthy, that they have worth within society, that they have their future and their present within their reach and it's in their hands. They are master of their own destiny, and it also, the question of equal opportunity contributes to the development of a society that gives a second chance to people. The fight against discrimination is important because it helps us address disparities based on region, territorial differences, gender, and access to digital services. The principle of solidarity, which is very important in our society, exists at individual as well as family and society level because it contributes to a more cohesive society. It contributes to reducing the burden for the individuals and society, taking into account the number of new forms of vulnerability that are created or that are triggered by climate change, the digital divide, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, in keeping with the instructions given by His Majesty the King and the Constitution, the provisions, and also the role of the ministry. Our ministry has been exerting efforts in order to provide the services in light with the implementation of the social development projects that seek to promote the fight against vulnerability, create a cohesive society as requirements for the achievement of social justice. Among the projects underway, develop social protection measures, promote social cohesion through programs, training programs, and guidance and assistance to vulnerable and needy segments of the population through centers and the creation of new or next generation services that are targeting vulnerable families and segments of the population, including 500 dirhams to the beneficiaries, monthly stipend to the beneficiaries of families that do not have any support. We have also developed a policy that promotes equality and equal opportunity within society, within families, because the family is the nucleus that contributes to the success of public policies, as well as the implementation of proactive policies, including family guidance programs, economic empowerment of families and women, the development of services for maternity needs, given that families are the key unit for an equitable society. There are also programs for children through inclusive policies for the protection of children and programs aimed at protecting children, providing proximity services to them, as well as to vulnerable situations and disabled people and children that can be exploited. We have also a project on women and the empowerment of women. The Kingdom of Morocco has been exerting efforts to promote gender equality, to empower women and girls, to protect women and girls against violence, and to fight against stereotypes, to ensure that women breadwinners are supported. Among the most important programs for the empowerment of women, there is the Musharaka program or participation program that targets the 2026-2027 time frame. It will be implemented in cooperation with political parties, civil society organizations, including training sessions and the national campaign in cooperation with a number of national and international stakeholders. The Tamkeen program that has enabled us to train 15,000 women to ensure their empowerment and their ability to access the job market and to engage in professional activities that provides also for nurseries and other institutions that are needed for the empowerment of women. There is also a program that seeks to protect women and girls against all forms of violence and discrimination, to provide targeted services as well as healthcare and psychological support that takes into account the need to accompany women to have access to the job market. For the elderly, the ministry is implementing a program targeting elderly people, given also the increasingly aging population in the Kingdom of Morocco, and therefore there is a need to promote the protection of the elderly, improve their living conditions, and make sure that they benefit from inclusive measures to make sure that they are taken into account. Among the major programs implemented by the ministry are centers that provide services to the elderly, through centers, dedicated centers, and to make sure that there is intergenerational solidarity. As far as disabled people, we have programs for the mainstreaming of these segments of the population, make sure that they benefit from the different services to promote income-generating projects and to create and establish dedicated centers to provide assistance to families and to NGOs working in this regard. The ministry has come up with a new program to assess disability and to make sure that the rights of disabled people are taken into consideration, and that that our action is consistent with international instruments in this regard. We also have been working to take into account the real needs of this segment of the population to make sure that our services are more equitable. Given the importance of research work in terms of improving projects and programs, the ministry has been working with national and UN experts to prepare for the third international forum on disability to make sure that everyone contributes to the development without discrimination. We have also been working to promote assistance to vulnerable segments, disabled people, and elderly people who do not have any assistance and support. These are segments of the population that call for continuous care. The most important challenge is to make sure that these institutions work that is in line with the Constitution and with public policies, provide the necessary human resources, and make sure that efficient services are provided for people in vulnerable conditions. Do all we can to address poverty, social exclusion, and address any lack or perceived lack of solidarity. We have also worked to make sure that we take into account demographic and social changes, and we need in this regard to come up with a new approach that is based on professionalism, on efficiency, and to make sure that this policy contributes to an economy that can prosper and flourish, create jobs in the public and private sectors, in addition to empowering women, making sure that they have enough time to access the job market. And in this regard, the ministry has been working on developing a full-fledged strategy that seeks to build on the contributions of all stakeholders and on cooperation and coordination through three elements that concern the legislative framework for the empowerment of social workers and improve the working conditions of social workers, expand the network of centers and institutes operating in this regard. The aim of achieving social justice is important, and it is related to the protection of children, to the empowerment of women, ensuring that the dignity of the elderly is taken into consideration, address vulnerability, and contribute to cohesive society. These are pressing needs given the sweeping changes affecting the world and the perils that these societies are facing, and therefore investments in prevention, in protection is important, and it contributes to resilience, and it involves social policy, and this is fully in line with the mission and agenda of the ministry. Our ministry bases its approach on the need to achieve equity and efficiency. There is a rights-based approach that considers this to be the right of every citizen. We have to ensure that there is equitable access to services, to the quality of services and sustainability of these services. The territorial approach can be seen through the channeling of investments to the sectors and regions where the needs are most acute, especially in mountainous areas and in oasis areas, and to address the challenges relating to the environment. The gender approach can be seen through the mainstreaming of the needs of women to make sure that women and girls can have access to education, to training, and to job opportunities. Make sure that there is a gender approach that is promoted. Participatory approach means that we work with different stakeholders, parliaments, international organizations, NGOs, the academic world, and experts to make sure that we cooperate with everyone and build our action on statistics and specific data and digital technology to build a full-fledged system that is conducive to social justice is important, and it has to take into consideration the risks and perils, but it hinges on our ability to provide quality services that can help us fight social exclusion, make sure we also promote the economic and social independence of the various sectors of the population, including women, girls, elderly people, and disabled people, vulnerable segments of the population. Make sure that they have access to the services and social protection mechanisms. The challenge today is to address the stakes involved, how to pave the way for the future, develop a system that can address the current and future challenges in a way that contributes to the resilience of our societies and to promoting the principles of solidarity and social equity. Before concluding, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers of this important international parliamentary forum and to all the speakers and participants for their contribution to the importance of this forum. I pledge on behalf of the Ministry to continue working with all the stakeholders for the achievements of our objectives and to make sure that we contribute to the resilience of our society under the guidance and leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this presentation in which you highlighted the measures taken by your ministry and the government in terms of social justice and reduction of social disparities, and as well as in compliance with His Majesty's guidelines. So now the floor to Mr. Abdul Mahsoud Rashdi, member of the Council, Economic, Social and Environmental Council. Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ministers, honorable parliamentarians, it's on behalf of the Ministry, the Council for Economic, Social and Environmental Affairs, happy to attend this forum on economic justice because of the importance of the topic for our society. The framework of of course, to implement the project of the social protection project, I would like to share with you in this presentation a certain number of points. These are projects that aims at expanding medical healthcare, universal healthcare to all Moroccan citizens. This project is important for the sustainability of our social development, which needs to be enhanced. This is why we need to consider that our project consists one of the most important elements for our social developments, and this is a very important project that was launched in Morocco over the past years under the leadership of His Majesty Mohammed VI, who insisted on trenching a primordial concept which consists in having access to healthcare services on the basis of Law 920, which deals with social protection and which insists on the importance, the need to offer to all Moroccan citizens the health insurance coverage. The execution of this project, as you well know, has led to an expansion of our health coverage in Morocco to include 232 million beneficiaries. 88% of the Moroccan citizens are concerned by this project. In spite of all these quantitative projects, these figures do not reflect the real, palpable, tangible benefits to all the members, the subscribers, who find themselves in a situation where they do not really benefit from health services. If we look at the HCP the report, 30% of the Moroccan population, that is 11 million people approximately, do not benefit from these programs, either because they are not subscribed to these programs or because, in spite of their subscription, are within a situation of non-access to these rights. Citizens, men and women, are talking about this problem. When we analyze our health system, we see that there are some structural problems that we need to grapple with. In spite of the fact that we have expanded the beneficiaries number, we find still situations where a certain number of citizens, men and women, find it difficult to have access to these health services, especially to some medical specialties. Either because of lack of the equipment or because of these persisting regional disparities that we have been talking about. There is also a lack of communication with our citizens, lack of information of the citizen as to their rights and responsibilities. Though the workers, men and women, we need to work on this. This system is faced with a real difficulty as to the regular subscription and the payment of the fees. And therefore, we found what we call this is a closed right. So there is an adequate the medical offer, and makes this a real challenge, which is an impediment to social justice. There are also problems connected to good governance, such an multiplicity of this medical offer, which makes this system, health system in Morocco, rather complex. In fact, we're again having this two-speed system where there is the clinical private offer and the hospital offer, and we have to have again to work on this issue because we need to harmonize this system and to remove all the impediments. In spite of there are persisting impediments to the implementation of the real justice system. There's also a problem of credibility. So from the financial perspective, we need to insist on the fact that sustainability of the health insurance remains a challenge to which we're still faced because of the cost of the medical care, the healthcare services. We're still waiting for the upgrading of this system, and of course we need also to think about the problem that the private sector is costly, and the private sector, and we need to develop the public sector. And we need to have the priority given to the public sector, and we need to have a balance between the equipments available in public hospitals and in private clinics. This being said, see, the Council insists on the importance of having a harmonious system capable of offering the financial and health protection to all citizens, regardless of where they live and who they are. So we have to generalize subscribing to this in order to have more, to expand this system and to make it a quality system that is equitable and respectful of the dignity of the citizens. So in this context, we need to have a holistic approach which considers compulsory health insurance is key, and that is something that we need to enhance for it to be to achieve its goals, which consist in protecting the citizens from any health problems and, of course, to bridge the gap between the different social groups. Our system should be based on clear principles, based on equity, sustainability, equality, good governance, and the guarantee to equal and just fair access to health services. In this context, in this framework, our council, the Council for Social, Economic and Environmental Council, calls for the acceleration of these procedures and to reduce the delays in examining the files and to, of course, to make sure that this system is less costly, reform the subscription system, and the reform of the universal health coverage system to alleviate the expenses of the households. Our council calls for a system for national pricing that is very important to establish trust between the users of this system based on ethical contract. Our council also insists on the importance of the enhancement of health infrastructure, especially in remote and rural areas, in order to reduce the gap between health services offered. We have to have an offer that consists in offering various services. The generalization of this health system cannot be fruitful unless we have a policy that develops the Moroccan health system qualitatively. The Council insists on communicating with our citizens by conducting awareness-raising campaigns and broadening the rights of the citizens, explain to them how they can benefit from those health services, which is going to increase the trust of the citizens and increase the number of participants and members. We need to enhance the system through make it an integrated system. We have started doing this, but we need to go further. We need to have a follow-up system or monitoring system And we need to have a unified database so that all the stakeholders have access to the same database, which can enhance efficiency and the transparency of our activities. So our council considers that the success of this project of compulsory health insurance depends on the capacity of the government and its institutions to solve these problems in inequality through structural reforms which guarantee both the protection of our citizens, offer them quality services and quality health services, and activate those rights in order to reach the goals of sustainable development. In conclusion, we consider that in order to implement these recommendations, this will make of the compulsory health insurance a lever to enhance social justice, enhance solidarity, social cohesion, and really reach this holistic and global social justice and enhance its development in Morocco. This protection can be considered today as the basis of development, equality, and justice in order to reach this social justice, which is the basis of the social state that guarantees the society's resilience to face up all the challenges. And I thank you for your attention. Thank you. Mr. Abdel Maqsoud Al-Rashidi, member of the Economic and Social Environmental Council, for your presentation, which has highlighted the best recommendations of your council in the area of justice and social justice as well. The floor now to Mohammed Hashmi, Director of Studies and Research at the National Council for Human Rights, CNDH. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I am Mohammed Hashimi. Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, excellent Honorable Minister, ladies and Honorable Parliamentarians, MPs, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey to you convey to the excuses of our chair who could not come and attend your meeting because of urgent professional commitments. I'm happy to attend this forum, and I would like to thank the council for having organized this meeting, that in order to reflect the social realities of our countries and to present a few responses to the problems. The topic of social justice in a changing world, of course, a fair system for a more resilient society is something that is of interest to all of us, constitutional institutions, as well as legislators, as well as actors in public affairs. We need to think collectively about the efficiency of the policies that we adopt and their capacity to follow the protection of our citizens and not to leave anyone behind in a world that is suffering from the negative impacts of the mutations, digital mutations, social mutations, economic mutations that may have an negative impact if they're not equally distributed either geographically at the geographic or social level. In this context, social justice, specifically the sectorial justice, becomes really a prerequisite for sustainable development. It is the prerequisite for establishing trust between the citizen and their government, enhance social solidarity to face up to the different crises. This sector-based justice, of course, based on the human rights, is the cornerstone of social justice. It is the lever for transforming specific characteristics, geographic characteristics, from just reproductive factors of this inequality, transform it into a mechanism to install social justice based on the experience of our council, the National Council for Human Rights, in order to guarantee access to all women, men and women in the 12 regions of this country. We have reached the following conclusion. We think that the institutional framework of this sector-based justice is the entry point. It is the real solution in order to solve these inequalities and enhance the horizontal harmonization between the different structuring pillars that structure political, social policies, and also to establish priorities and enhance our resilience. In the present international context, a context which is characterized by, and which we can see as a system that challenges human resources, with the scarcity of natural resources, propagation of dangers, catastrophes, disasters, meteorological disasters, climate disasters, such as the ones that we're going through now in Morocco. We say that it's sector-based justice is not just one among the different choices of strengthening Moroccan society and helping it catch up with the lacks that we have. It is really a choice that is going to enable us to reach a possible combination, while the need to harmonize between available resources as well as our objective of considering the human values and treating the human values from the human point of view. Our council, in partnership with other partners, academic and scientific, is to be able to come up with a few solutions that can be implemented and certain pragmatic and practical suggestions and recommendations in order to come up with solutions that would help bridge the gap between different regions in Morocco, as well as to help transform threats into opportunities with projects and programs based on the specific characteristics of different regions and make them endogenous success factors. So when consider the social justice as an entry point to solve the development problems, this is something that requires that we'll consider the human being as a context being, because the specific characteristics of the sector-based specificities of him with the cultural dimensions and other dimensions will offer new horizons for human development. We think that the environment sector consists in we need to put the relationship between social and sector-based relationships. It's a dialectic relationship. One of the two dimensions defines the other. So geographic zones that where human beings live, whether they be rural, urban, mountainous, or others, have a real impact on this human being. And this is what makes of him what he is from the social point of view. So the obstacles to the social development can depend on the suffer from social and economic dynamics that we can control through societal and public policies. Ladies and gentlemen, the framework of our work highlights really the real need for a social work that is as broad and as efficient as possible in order to reduce this gap that we see within our societies. This is clear now. There is a real nexus between what we see, and what happens in all the 12 Moroccan regions through the the investigations that we conduct, through the testimonies, through the interviews that we conduct throughout the country. I would like, therefore, to share with you four important ideas in terms of our recommendations for the social justice. First of all, we need to have a really break from the logic of the need, and we need to have a true practice between public action, which is based on the right-based principle. If we base our work only on the needs, we can come up with temporary solutions, but it's very difficult to really achieve long-term justice. But a human rights-based approach is the one that can ensure that the fighting against these inequalities by coming through real projects, that we need to have a human-focused approach. The second element is that the approach for achieving social justice in different areas. Education, health come first. Education, as you know, is the most important path towards implementing social justice, because it offers solutions and the tools to citizens to be able to develop and to progress. The right to education leads to empowerment, but it's still faced with structural challenges and complex challenges that they're still impeding the implementation of and the development of our country, whether it be rural, urban areas, and this is something of the increase of school dropout disparities in terms of infrastructures in our regions. These disparities don't impact only unequal opportunities, but also it transforms the school from being a social ladder into another factor for increasing vulnerability, social vulnerability, especially with respect to the most vulnerable populations. Three dangers: the crises change and mutate, and they become pressure elements on social development in our country. Over the last years, we have seen whether it be the COVID pandemic or inflation or the increase of the inflation, such as the natural catastrophes, such as the floods that we have, the earthquake that we have in Morocco. Now the crises have become almost normal. This is something that should compel us to move from the policy for crisis adjustment to become more proactive and to develop efficient mechanisms to face up to these negative impacts, whether they be social, economic, or natural. Fourth, the public policies need to have a new dynamics in the role of the government to enhance this right-based logic, which is at the heart of the social justice. If the public work does not have this opening onto the therefore, by developing legislations that enhances the role of the government as the guarant of the access to these rights without any distinctions. So in our dialogues around social justice within a changing world, I think the project for the social protection project is one of the most important projects, reforming projects, structuring project for achieving social justice and sector-based justice. If this program only targets from the very beginning the broadening of the number of beneficiaries and multiplying the offers, especially in terms of health services and social security, social security, then we would just depend on the efforts of all the stakeholders. We need to work together in order to meet three major challenges. So the first one, and of course, We have received a lot of requests on the basis of the requests that we have received, which say that there are many households that are still excluded from this program. There are, of course, some households that have benefited illegally from this program. Sorry, Mr. Director. 1 minute. Okay, I think we have short time left. So when I come back to the mismanagement of these criteria, and or some errors within the administrative files, the protection of some beneficiaries, technical of the households, and third, the underfinancing, problems of financing that we have on one side. We look for the financial sustainability of this program in order to reach the balance that we want between the costs of the general budget and also the participations of the beneficiaries of this project. And on the other side, there is the need to revisit the value of this assistance in comparison with the cost of. Ladies and gentlemen, climate transformations, the climatic transformations, floods, droughts, earthquakes, these natural phenomena, different as they may be, are all symptomatic of a much deeper structural program, which we need to consider climate change problems as one of the major challenges that we need to grapple with on our pathway to the our context need to take into consideration equity between generations in order to benefit from natural sources, especially hydric resources. We need to have an intergenerational solidarity in order to face up to the future crises. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Director, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We give the floor to the last speaker, Mr. Khalid Ben Ali, international expert in economics and social protection. You have 4 minutes. If you could please stick to that time.
إذا كان ممكن شيء تقني من أجل.
تفضلوا سي بن علي.
بسم الله.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the House of Councillors for holding over the last 10 years this international forum, which is one of the key events as far as social justice is concerned. Before addressing this question, I would like to ask a technician to show my presentation, please, on the screen. As far as concepts are concerned, there is a logic that has to be taken into account, that is a political concept. And there is the technical time frame. If we need to do this in 10-year time frame or 20-year time frame, we have to do it. And then we have also to address the impact of social developments. That is the impact that is directly felt by the citizen.
سي بون تفضل.
So the first aspect is the political impact, and second is the political performance of the social policies. It is based on efficiency and efficacy and efficiency. When we talk about efficiency, we talk about the achievement of objectives, expected objectives through the means used. When we talk about efficacy, it is the optimal use of resources, and therefore performance means that any public policy has to be both efficient, take into consideration both the efficiency and efficacy. Therefore, this is just a mechanism that accompanies the implementation of social policies. We assess the extent to which a society is capable to address the crises or face up to the crises. They can be economic, social, or climate related. And the second element is the ability to adapt and to recover, so that we would not have the same impact, negative impact. And that is why I would like to talk about the social resilience. First, the social resilience is the ability of a system, a social protection system, to ensure the sustainability of income, address perils and crises, making sure that the system is sustainable and that it is properly governed. I have presented this through three axes that I consider particularly important, and they have to be monitored. We have the smart targeting system. We could maybe make mistake as far as some policy aspects are concerned, but we have to make sure that we address specific time frames. We say, for example, that 30% of the targeting was wrong, and we should have the ability within 2 years to correct that and reduce that mistake, or to continue to live with that mistake, that is, continue with what is going on, although it is wrong. Then we have to update the data. We have to make sure that we enable the different population segments can benefit. And there are some technical aspects and problems, and this is what we have: the AMO, we have the compulsory health system. There are targets, there are figures that are problematic. And the other aspect is the full-fledged social protection system. We cover about 90%. Of course, there are perils in everything, but what are the major problems faced, and what are the risks as far as sustainability is concerned? The Economic and Social Environmental Council has addressed this and talked about this. If we do not have the resources needed, then you cannot achieve your objectives. Either you have a growth rate that is always on the upward trend, or you are facing problems. And we have to make sure that the social protection sustainability is ensured. I personally feel bad because we have to keep in mind that there is a financial approach, but it's not enough. We have to take other approaches as well. For example, we have to make sure that the funds are balanced and that the monetary unit is properly addressed. Many of the international institutions have addressed this question of resilience, but all of them have limited themselves to a specific policy. They talk about management of risks, quality of the services provided. If we go to the UN organizations, they insist on the social protection, and it's a rights-based approach. The World Bank does not talk about long-term sustainability because it deals with the immediate problems. If we go to OECD, it has a crisis or management system, but it does not insist on the financial sustainability of these systems. Therefore, the approach I am working on, that is we have to have smart targeting, good governance, and smart data. This is important. It takes into consideration the classical definition of social protection, namely mechanisms that enable people to address the perils of financial policies that reduce costs, that is, within an existing system. And I have come up with a definition for the resilience and the mechanism used. They can be individual as well as collective. They can be based on contribution or solidarity that seeks to provide individuals with the means to preserve their physical as well as mental capabilities so that they can benefit from the well-being, that is economic and social well-being, throughout their life cycle. The resilience system proposed, I insist on four things. The link between targeting sustainability of the social equity system. We base ourselves on specific policies, and we consider that this is more than just a technical tool. We have to make sure that we combine social engineering mechanisms, governance, demographic analysis systems. I have here come up with 10 axes. We talk about the compulsory insurance system for the wage earners. There is a immediate compulsory system, and we have a problem here with Article 114. When the law was adopted in 2005, we needed the organic laws to implement this, and the texts have not been adopted yet. So how can we achieve this universal coverage? The same TNS, we have the same problem with the TNS. We have to, for example, if you do not have the decree, then you cannot implement this. It's just the reading. If we consider these legal texts that do not exist, if people do not subscribe, if you do not have the people's contributions, so where would the resources come from? So the problem is that we would have, we might face problems. If you could please limit yourself to 1 minute to make sure that there is equitable targeting. This is the question that we are addressing now. Whenever, for example, whenever you find you buy a cell phone or something like that, it is considered as you might change categories. The use of AI, ability to address demographic change or population changes, confidence, assessment of resilience. Resilience is important. So we come up with, for example, with mechanisms and say, this is more important than that. And then we try to come up with priorities, take into consideration the risks. I don't have the time to maybe define this in detail. For example, if you have between 80 and 100, there is a high resilience, and below that, it is a different form of resilience. This contributes to social justice, and it contributes to the maturity of the modern state. The states that invest in resilience will reduce the cost of addressing crises in the future. Governance and resilience requirements are important. Sorry, I could not have enough time to go in further detail. Thank you, Professor Benali, for this presentation. We shall now move on to the third session that will be chaired by my colleague, Mr. Miloud Matiq, and we shall discuss the three sessions afterwards. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين.
So we resume our proceedings. It's the third and last session, which is going to be devoted to the parliamentary governance or social justice follow-up, monitoring, and impact evaluation, impact assessment. So this session will highlight the role of Parliament within the sector of social justice and social experiences with respect to innovating parliamentary mechanisms for the monitoring and the follow-up in order to which will help entrench social justice within transparent and efficient public policies. The questions that we have dealt with during this session around the environment, how can we include this approach of social justice and how to assess its social impact within these legislative procedures? So what are the parliamentary mechanisms that can enhance an efficient follow-up of monitoring of social policies? How can we develop assessment tools, evaluation tools of public policies within the Parliament? What is the role of the data and indicators that help enhance parliamentary action with respect to social justice? And lastly, how can we enhance cooperation between Parliament, government, constitutional bodies, civil society in order to guarantee an efficient social governance? So, for some elements of response, we have with us a panel of experts with professionals, thinkers from different horizons. I would like to give the floor to the first speaker. I would like to inform you that after this session, we'll have a closing session directly after that, which will include the presentation of the recommendations and the conclusions of our works. And then we will have a speech by our speaker, and then a message, allegiance message to His Majesty. And I would like to ask our participants and speakers, our upcoming speakers, to comply strictly with the time allocated to their presentation. So without further ado, I now give the floor to the first, Mr. Adam Harega, Director of the North African Office for the Economic Committee for Africa. 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, member of the House of Councillors, members of the House of Representatives, honorable guests, peace be upon you. I would like, first of all, to thank you for this invitation extended to me as a representative of the African Economic Commission, or the sub-regional office for the Economic Commission for the United Nations in Africa. I would like to focus within my presentation on the institutional dimensions of the governance issue and the role of MPs in this context. We have talked a great deal about, I'm going to switch to English. Easier for me to speak in English. Français.
Is an economic pillar. Without social justice, countries can risk economic and social stability, political stability, and wars, as we have seen in a number of African countries. So SDG 16, Sustainable Development Goals, tell us that peace, security, and stability are requirements for economic and social development. And strong institutions are needed. Now, what is the problem we face in promoting social justice? The primary problem is a problem of delivery, a problem of governance and delivery gap that relates to weak translation of policy into enforceable rules, credible financing, delivery systems, and accountability loops. Parliaments are uniquely positioned to close the delivery gap through 3 means. 1, legislation, 2, oversight, and 3, impact evaluation and accountability. So parliaments are very critical in this process. People everywhere in cities and in villages ask their representatives in parliament about social justice and whether social justice is really effective and delivers results. This is something that parliaments have the responsibility to ensure and to support. In the Economic Commission for Africa, we view social justice as a pillar of development, as I said, and development outcomes are anchored in how institutions functions, not only in policy design and ambition. We heard a lot of speakers before me talking about social contracts. This is important for parliaments to follow up with. And social protection, we also just had a presentation here. Then finally, we emphasize the evidence-first orientation, need for data and programs, performance and distributional impacts assessments that are based on accurate data. Our contributions in ECA start with supporting countries across Africa with development plans that enshrine social justice in their design, implementation, and evaluation. So we support African countries through the African peer review mechanism to enshrine this in their development strategies and also in governance structures, including role of parliaments that provide oversight regarding social justice.
Sir Rais,
My presentation shows.
please.
Okay. Now, as you know, African Union, African peer review is emphasizing the need for social justice when it comes to social contracts and when it comes to climate change and gender and youth. I have a few examples from countries, South Africa, that highlight issues of follow-up and result orientation. Kenya, that highlights issues of informal sector and marginalized groups. And an example from Ghana that highlights issues of budget. Governments not putting enough money or not providing the resources promised to provide. So finally, Mr. Speaker, the recommendation for parliaments really to play their role in promoting social justice start with institutionalizing implementation oversight, then committee strengthening to have parliamentary units, support units that work with them on the three aspects of governance, starting with policy design, budget, and oversight, then delivery system legislation, equity, and impact evaluation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please. Thank you. Please. شكرا السيد المدير على هذه المداخلة القيمة وحتى لا أطيل.
Thank you for not taking too much time. And now the floor to the Secretary General of the Delegate Ministry for the charge of investments and evaluation of public policies. Mr. Chair, I would like first of all to thank the House of Councillors for inviting me to this forum that takes place in very particular situations and, of course, within a changing world, which we have a lot of opacity, but also which opens new horizons. Before I move on to the heart of the topic, I would like to say that without any social which would help stabilize the country, especially within the developing countries. History has shown that the experiences in developing countries are the ones where social justice is achieved through the equality, equity, and the development of sectors such as health, education, justice, and the protection of economic, social, and political rights. The governance that we're talking about is the governance it requires the problems of governance. So from this, when we talk about governance from the point of view of this context, we can say that good governance is as a common denominator of all policies based on the guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. We need to develop and to multiply our efforts in order to achieve this goal. The legislator has a primordial role to play, but also different ministerial departments need also to work very hard with the parliament. So the primordial mission is to highlight the need to listen to the citizens' requests based on reality, and this throughout the different regions of Morocco. We need to look into their needs and to take their needs into consideration. The role of the parliament is to do a foresight role, especially in sectors such as health, tax systems, and others, but also look into with rights such as human rights, women's rights, the right to have dignity. So public policies need to meet the aspirations of the citizens on the basis of the priorities of the government that are under the enlightened guidance of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, based on different reports such as the Morocco's new economic model. In this framework, our government is trying to implement these recommendations in the most efficient as efficiently as possible, and to the legislator. The role of the legislator is that of fulfilling its role on the basis of the new constitutions, especially Article 70, and also to develop public policies. The Parliament, the role of the Parliament is to assess the efficiency of the public policies, especially through the work of its different committees, upstream evaluation and current evaluation, and post and pre and post evaluations. So foresight, the analysis of the different legislations in the past, in the future, and analyzing their possible impact forecast in the future. This evaluation has to be based on accurate data in order to avoid making mistakes and any other mistakes that problems that may crop up also. Our government has to be submitted to this kind of assessment of the foresight of the monitoring and the follow-up of the Parliament of all the government's policies, ex ante and post ante. For example, with respect to investments, we can assess the efficiency of the public policies and expenditures by examining the rate of employments created, the role of women, the implementation, and the gap between the different sectors. Law 2227, which sets a framework for the management of these institutions. Mr. Secretary General, please. In this framework, our ministry plays a key role in the training and the evaluation of public policies and setting this culture assessment and supporting this assessment activity. A good governance requires that we work with the public services. That is the government that implements these social policies, and the evaluation of the work of the government is.
القيمة والمتميزة والكلمة الثالثة الآن.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. for your presentation. I will now give the floor to Mr. Khallaf Ayash, who is Secretary General of the HCP, the High Commission for Planning.
شو المشكلة؟ سر لك أنا فتحت. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. في البداية
First, like to thank the Speaker of the House of Councillors for having invited the HCP to take part in this forum. In its 10th edition, so I'm going to focus on 4 pillars. HCP, as you well know, is the main producers of statistics and economic and demographic information. We have produced several surveys and studies on the economic and social levels, and they're published on our site, www.hcp.ma. As was mentioned by the former speakers, we have defined the concept of social justice, and the UN say that it is the development to defend the rights of the present generation without touching upon the rights of the future generation. The agenda to 2030, to which Morocco adheres, in order to achieve the 2030 ODD. So HCP was mandated to draft its yearly report in the framework of the Sustainable Development Commission. We had sub-indicators to assess the progress made in terms of social justice in Morocco. One of the most important indicators is the poverty indicator, which is considered as one of the most important indicators, which gives us an idea about the development, the state of our social justice programs in Morocco. So we have a drop of poverty between 2017 and 2022. In spite of this decrease, we know the 2019 pandemic, as well as the problem of inflation that we have in Morocco, have led to the increase of this indicator. So the indicator, as you see, is more important in rural areas. As you see, another important indicator is the average the multinational poverty, which goes beyond financial poverty, which includes other factors such as education, health, access to basic services. Again, this indicator shows that there is a drop at national level, but to 11% to 6.8% in 2024. We also see that there is a slight increase in rural areas. For example, if you look at the different regions from this indicator, the regions that have seen the increase of this indicator, it's the Benimla al-Khnifra areas. Although if we take into consideration all the other regions, we see that there's multidimensional poverty in different senses, but Khanifra, Benimla, Al-Asfi are the ones that suffer most from this increase of the multidimensional poverty. Another indicator, which is equally important, that is the the indicator of generational poverty. So this indicator, see, has there's a drop in this. Again, we see that there's a dress, but after the 2019 pandemic, there was a slight increase, which still remains limited to 40%, which is still a high rate. These societal disparities are still with us. If we look at this by region, we see that the regions that have that participate to the creation of wealth in Morocco are always Casablanca set that region with 30% of wealth creation, followed by Tangier, Tétouan, Rabat, which of course has an impact on the social disparities, because these are regions that create wealth. Wealth generations have a more interest in and better standards of living than the other regions. I'm going to go faster. If we look at another indicator, which is one of employability or unemployment, so we see that the average for activities is still low, 43% at national level. If we look at split this ventilation by gender, we see that women, of course, women's employment is under 20%, against 30% for male employment. Now, in terms of rural and urban areas, disparities again for higher unemployment in rural areas. Access to job markets, of course, the indicators for Casablanca that are higher, of course. But in other regions, access to job market is still low. This is due, of course, to the threshold of wealth creation, the differences between different regions, the average employment average. We have another indicator, which shows that access to the job market. Who has access to this job market? We see that 30% of the people have access to job opportunities, and then again the disparities between gender disparities and regional disparities we see. Regional disparities, of course, are very important. So the unemployment rate is also a very important indicator. This shows again those important disparities, and of course the category that is most hit by this unemployment problem is the young people, 37%. And also women who suffer from these disparities. So we have gender disparities. Only 10% of the entrepreneurship is women, very low representation of women in decision-making spheres, so great gender disparities. In conclusion, HCP is working in order to offer recommendations in order to enhance social justice and also by helping to establish new modalities in the Moroccan economy. We advocate including all stakeholders, especially when it comes to reducing the social gaps, including the justice aspect within all the follow-up mechanisms of public policies, enhancing the vertical harmonization, vertical as well as horizontal organization of public policies in Morocco, and favor holistic approaches. And thank you for your attention. Thank you, sir. The floor now to
مختصة بالقطاع الاجتماعية بمجلس الأعلى للحسابات.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants. It gives me great pleasure to represent the President of the Chamber of Social Sectors and the Court of Editors at this conference. This is an economic and social system, full-fledged system that we're addressing. The social justice is supported by His Majesty the King in order to promote it in our country. The implementation of social justice and the achievement of its objectives is carried out through a number of actions involving the government, the parliament, civil society, and other stakeholders. We have to insist on the importance of monitoring and follow-up, and I will address the role of the Court of Auditors in terms of ensuring monitoring regarding this question of social justice. The Constitution, the Supreme Court Court of Auditors is there to make sure that we comply with the requirements of transparency, and the court takes or makes decisions whenever this is warranted, and it draws up a report that is submitted to the King and to the Parliament. The Court of Auditors also provides assistance to the Parliament, to the government, and to the judicial services in the Kingdom. The competences of the Court of Auditors includes powers that are of a judicial nature and others that are of a non-judicial nature, including the assessment of public policies, the use of public resources. It also provides assistance to the Parliament, the judicial authorities, and the government. As pointed out, the Court of Auditors stands at equal distance from the Parliament and the government, that is, the executive and legislative powers. As far as supporting the work of Parliament is concerned, the Court provides assistance in areas regarding the control of public resources, financial resources, and monitoring of policies in this regard. It can also include in its yearly program missions regarding the monitoring and follow-up to public programs that is at the request of one of the chambers of the Parliament. We have to recall here that the mechanism used in this regard concerns the presentation of the outcomes in a yearly report, reports on the implementation of the finance law, and answers to questions emitted through or raised through the Parliament on the public spending. So this is the general framework in which the Court of Auditors operates. The Court of Auditors contributes to making sure that social justice is a key objective through a number of oversight mechanisms and also by responding to the requests of the Parliament. For example, regarding the pension funds, the equalization fund, and a number of other tasks. The approach to social justice objectives concern, for example, the earmarking of funds, addressing disparities in this regard, address gaps, and improve the priorities as far as spending is concerned for vulnerable segments of the population. The court also uses the resources and also monitors the situation in light of the outcomes and results. Third, through the transparency and the link between responsibility and accountability, holding office and accountability, and representing or speaking for the needs of the population. We also act through analysis of the programs, socially minded programs. We also use the available mechanisms for better targeting of beneficiaries. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go through some of the monitoring activities undertaken by the Court of Auditors as examples of follow-up to the social protection, implementation of a roadmap for professional qualification and training, the pension fund scheme, employment of youth, etc. To conclude, we can see the importance of follow-up and monitoring. As far as the achievements of social justice is concerned, we seek to make sure that the objectives are achieved, that the expected outcomes are there, and that they are sustainable. Second, we try to improve, to introduce whatever improvements are needed to make sure that that we come up with proactive measures to address current and future challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. The last speaker is Mr. Jamal Rahmani. He's an international expert and former minister in charge of employment. Mr. Minister, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. I will take just 4 minutes. I was asked to look at the role of the parliamentary institution in the assessment or evaluation of public policies. I have spent a lot of time on this, but I will not go through this. We have to keep in mind that the United Nations has chosen this International Day for social justice, social protection, and good working conditions to address the current global situation. I think that the motto or slogan of the United Nations is in line with the 3 major priorities for as far as our countries are concerned. I think that most of them were addressed, especially in the presentation. Unfortunately, that we could not follow as extensively as we could. That was made by the Secretary General of the High Commission for Planning. I have heard this morning that we have finished the projects as far as health coverage and social protection is concerned. No, we have not finished that. So that has not been carried out fully. There is still a major project that in order to complete our work in this regard. And this concerns the compulsory insurance, health insurance, and also compensation for loss of jobs or joblessness, and of course the pension fund. There is a challenge that was addressed by the minister this morning, and that is the proper work conditions. When I was a minister, we had a 9% rate, and there were questions why there were just 9%. I think that everybody is aware of the 7 years of drought, the economic shocks and crises. The national economy did not, the growth rate did not create 30,000 jobs as was the case in the past. We have about 13 to 14,000 jobs created, and that is why we had this high level of or high unemployment rate. And there is also a change from 10.3 to 11% as far as jobs creation is concerned. But this is this high unemployment rate has to be, of course, taken into consideration. But this exists, whereas in fact many sectors are developing quite well, and they create a lot of jobs, such as the automotive sector, the aeronautics, and there are sectors that are suffering now from a lack of manpower. The minister said that ANAPEC has about 100,000 requests by businesses that are not met. Recently, I met with the red berries exporters, and they asked that we bring manpower or workers from abroad, despite the 16% unemployment rate. So these are some of the problems. And there's also the challenge mentioned by His Majesty the King, that is territorial equity, and we're all aware of this. Of course, the assessment of public policies is a new mission entrusted to the Parliament, that is following the adoption of the Constitution, 2011 Constitution. Now, the Parliament publishes a report, structural report, technical report, in keeping with the provisions of the 2011 Constitution. I was asked to talk about this question of evaluation. It's multiform. There is evaluation that is done at institutional level. The representative of the Court of Auditors has talked about the evaluations undertaken by the court. There are the general inspectorates of the Ministry of Finance, the inspectorates of ministries, and also civil society organizations that engage in this evaluation of public policies. But despite this, this evaluation mission is a parliamentary mission as per the Constitution. I have gone through a number of academic studies, and the assessment or evaluation has to be objective. And of course, the Parliament represents a number of political parties, sensitivities, and even the government is affected by these political sensitivities. And therefore, how can we come up with an objective evaluation that can produce data and information that can be properly used, and through the role of the House of Councillors, I see that there were 9 evaluations carried out, and there were reports that were drawn up, and recommendations were adopted. And here I raise the question with you and with the members of the Parliament. Of course, major effort has been exerted at parliamentary level, but the question is how many draft laws that were submitted were the results of these evaluations, these 9 evaluations. The role of evaluation is to come up with recommendations for the government and the executive branch, because not all the policies are good, not all of them are bad. So we need to know what was the role of the Member of Parliament, be it a member of the House of Representatives or the House of Councillors. The aim is to be able to assess the work of the Parliament in assessing and evaluating public policies. Are the questions raised by Parliament designed to ensure that we come up with questions, the right questions, that is after a certain time frame, 1 year, 3 months, 3 years, etc. So what is the time frame for the, and also how did the government react to these reports? I said that there are 3 challenges the universal coverage, good working conditions, and territorial justice. He is a member of a trade union, and he's very strict. He's referring to the chairman. The government has, of course, a public policy that makes sure that social justice has to be a key objective. And we have to this end, we have to come up with complementary policies, and a number of speakers have talked about their respective. As we said, that as per the Constitution, the Parliament has a role to play as far as evaluation, and this is a parliamentary mission. We have to keep in mind that the professional organizations also have a role to play, and the trade unions as well. So in addition to improving the work conditions and the conditions for the wages of the workers, taking into account the sweeping technological changes, the economic shocks, this mechanism for social dialogue have to be used properly to make sure that we contribute to social protection. We're talking about regionalization nowadays, how it is going to be implemented, how investors will go to regions that are poor, quote unquote. We talk, for example, about the concept of national minimum wage. Are we, given the current social conditions, the new model, does this have to be still taken into consideration? We have to also look at the role of the civil society organizations. And there is a very quick remark or observation. This parliamentary evaluation, what we can say about it is that its echo is not as broad as we would have liked it. So what is more visible is that of the constitutional institutions. And as per the Constitution, this is a key mission of the Parliament. Thank you very much for this valuable presentation. I would like, before concluding, I have not. Yes, we'll start the Q&A session. I would like to thank all the speakers for the importance presentations. I'm sure that there will be a good appetite for Q&A session. So whoever would like to take the floor and react to the three sessions, if you have any questions or remarks that concern the three sessions, so each one would have 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Given the importance of the topic, we would like the experts to
according to the agenda that we've all received, I think we still have some time, enough time we'd like to have further information from the experts' knowledge. So let's give them 5 minutes. Mr. Hermani had something interesting to say, Mr. Secretary, on investments. So there were many things that were. The North African director for the Economic Commission, so you interrupted them and they did not finish their presentations. Well, we still have time. We still have until 4:30 to finish this program. We would have liked you to give them 5 minutes more for their presentations. I'll give time for them to answer your questions, and that would be the opportunity for them to add more information. You can ask them questions. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Hilaria. Thank you to the other speakers. Thank you to all the speakers. In one of the presentations, there was a mention of sector-based social justice. We all know that it's a very important thing which enhances sustainable social justice and the environment of women. So my question to the House Speaker, since this kind of justice is part of the social justice, and since we do not have any specific definition for this, is it possible within this international forum, do you commit during this international forum to make this aspect one of the pillars of your efforts in order to have a more resilient society? Thank you. Just to give the questions should be okay. You should probably say who you're asking your question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Khadija Gour, President of the Association of Women Activists. I think that's probably one of the main conclusions of today's forum, is that we are in a present situation, an international situation that requires a change of paradigm with respect to this social justice, for it to be the entry point to reach really social justice. We cannot have a sector-based social justice to have access to social justice. I would like to have in the upcoming forums probably to have the opportunity to present the conclusions of the thinking that we did, because a paradigm change should be followed by changes, whether they be legislative changes or even the change in this institutional structure, also in the very concept of financial law and the indicators, performance indicators. All of these points have to be addressed in the thematic committees on the margin of the forum, and that they present their thinking, and to present they talk about their thinking. And we should not start from should not always be talking about paradigms and change paradigms. This is, I think, a sterile dialogues. I think the world is evolving and changing, and we should not hope that the upcoming forum will take into consideration the recommendations to face up to this paradigm. Thank you. This is a very good recommendation. It is noted and will be in the report and will be taken into consideration. Good morning. I would like to thank you to the chair and to the Speaker of the House of Councillors. Of course, given the multiple changes at international level, the challenges, the social justice is extremely important to have developed and progressive societies. This requires policies that enhance this social fabric and a better follow-up of these policies. With the help of international cooperation, we can share best practices, experiences in order to implement ODDs. We have to enhance the role of national and international institutions in order to promote this social justice and to enhance opportunities offered to all. We need to have a more resilient social justice and a society that offers rights to all citizens. I would like to thank you on the organization of this forum on this particular topic, hoping that we will conclude with recommendations to have a more resilient society. Other questions? Thank you to all the panelists. I think one of the panelists said that social justice is a very important choice. I think I would say that personally that is the prerequisite for stability. The role of parliaments today is not limited to legislation, but they need to be make sure that the laws are fair and inclusive and that they can contribute to reducing inequalities. Hence, we would be contributing to the protection of vulnerable categories and promoting public policies that really meet the needs of our co-citizens, especially when it comes to education, health. We need to have a correct, fair assessment of the policies. We need to invest in enhancing, strengthening the social fabric to have a better future, which of course enhances the role of Parliament in order to make sure that those laws are going to be implemented into actions. Thank you, Chair. I would also like to thank the House of Councillors for the invitation, Fatma Lili from Ain Saqi al-Hamra region. I would like to thank the House of Councillors for having chosen this topic, highly important topic, crucial topic. And it is very timely at a time when we see floods in many regions of our country. We have problems that add to the other problems, such as health problems. All the panelists have brilliantly highlighted the importance of social justice. I suggest that we set up a commission to do the follow-up of these recommendations, that we have recommendations and that we do the follow-up of these recommendations, whether it be draft laws. We're hoping that in the upcoming edition we will be able to really put the finger on the real added value of this 10th edition of our forum. And I'm saying that I think that all the talks were very important. The ideas that Mr. Abdel Maqsood has presented, we're hoping that the CSE presentation, as well as all the other panelists' presentations, will be there. And I hope that Professor Malih, who was very quick in presenting his recommendations, we're hoping to find all these suggestions in the recommendations. I thank you for having chosen this topic. Thank you for your interesting suggestions. Good morning. Mohammed Al-Hamalak, member of the association, the Youth Movement. Thank you to all the panelists for the very important ideas, which really were extremely inspiring. I think we find this this 10th edition of the International Forum for Social Justice a time of great changes that impact all sectors, and the negative impact of some of those worldwide changes on the impact on our societies, especially given the challenges, climatic and other economic challenges. I think we need more than ever to face up those challenges here in Morocco and to come up with efficient solutions in order to stop to put an end or to these problems and to promote social justice in rural and urban areas. Thank you, Chair. Nadia Rahmani, the representative of the President of Saleh Rabat region. Including disabled people, I think is something that is extremely important within this new development model that we have in Morocco, especially in the context of crisis management and social transformations. Having inclusive, holistic public policies is the prerequisite to guarantee justice, equality, and to set real social justice for a resilient Moroccan society that will not leave anyone behind. My question to Her Excellency, the Minister of Solidarity and Family Inclusion. What we have done concerning the implementation of the programs that you have mentioned, and what is the situation of the mapping of these disabled.
La justice commence.
Representatives, my question, another question to UNDP point that justice begins with what we don't see. We need two more people. Mrs. Filali, professor, university professor, the organization.
Extrêmement intéressante. I
would like to thank all the panelists. I have a question to Mrs. Ilaria. Based on your international experience, do you think that we can measure the increase of the middle class based on several in different criteria?
Concernant,
or do we have just one reliable figure?
Des pauvres dans
based on the on the rate of poverty in a society. Sibahija, member of the political bureau of the Constitutional Union, Union Constitutionnelle. Thank you to all the panelists, men and women, for their presentations. They all have insisted on the fact that social protection is no longer only support programs. This is an investment in the social stability, which enhances the trust between the citizens and their government. My question that in spite of all the efforts in the field of social protection, we still have masses of citizens who suffer to find it very difficult to have access to basic services such as health and social services. The health coverage, how can you explain the fact that these disparities still exist in spite of the actions that are undertaken in order to really guarantee a real social justice that the citizens, men and women, are all calling for? Thank you. Last question. Thank you, Chair. Afaf, member of the National Bureau of the Moroccan Union, Moroccan Workers' Union. In the artificial intelligence, the digital divide, all the problems that you have, does the concept of social justice need to be redefined, or do we still need to develop the policies to achieve social justice? Morning. Hisham Aitadara from the National Employment Bureau. So with respect to this social justice, since the launching of the project of the social state, our topic has become a very important issue in the social dialogue in Morocco. However, going from, say, there's a difference between what we say and what we do. We need to assess the efficiency of our public policies. The framework law 0920 concerning social protection, which presents very ambitious figures, but also within very precise time frame. We are wondering when these projects and programs are going to be implemented, and how about their funding? How about the beneficiaries of these programs? We see that there is a great number of beneficiaries with improvement in the quality of the services provided. So in spite of the real data show that there is really a real latency in the execution and the implementation of this program. Social justice, since the launching of this project of social state, has become needed. Of course, we need to improve on many, many points in order to reach the goal that we have set. Thank you for your comments. Of course, your comments are being taken into consideration. The panelists who have taken been speaking to you will respond to your concerns. Thank you, Chair. I would like to, first of all, thank all for all the questions. Now, with respect to the comment, the lady's comment, with respect to the real concept of social justice, it is true that the definition of social justice, the concept is a fluid one. It's not a stable concept. It's a changing concept. It's an evolving concept. It's not only access to health services. We can say for example, that climate change now says that now the right to health care is something that is a must. And we've seen that many people were opposed to the organization of the Olympic Games in Italy now because they use water to create snow. I'm talking about the Winter Games, Olympic Games. There's also the problem of change connected to IA and the technological advances, which are major countries that are very much advanced. And their residents have very fluid access to this technology. And there are other countries that are really far behind, especially in developing countries. And this deepens the gap and the digital divide. We need to work both on try to achieve social justice, but also we need to develop the tools by which we work on this topic. I suggest that in the future, the parliaments, the two parliaments, as well as the executive power, have to take these changes into consideration. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this positive interaction with the comments of our colleagues here. Okay, who else wants to provide a response or an answer? So I took your question into consideration concerning the how to expand and to increase this middle class We do not have at the United Nations innovators specific methodology to work on the expansion of the middle class, because we do not have any tools yet. In fact, we use the poverty indexes in multidimensional poverty, and we take into consideration all sorts of needs that are not provided for, the lack of access to basic services. So we look at multifaceted poverty to which people suffer from, and so we have the Human Development Index, which is a compound index that the umbrella for many other variables. In fact, it is we look both at the economic development and the health issues by looking at the left span and then looking at education. This is through this prism that we look at the poverty in its globality. There is also the trajectory of human development, a country's human development, which is comparable in comparison to other countries. Now, concerning the Human Development Index, there is a correction that is made for social inequality, especially with respect to gender aspects and the impact of climate change. We can see with this, if we use this index, we can see the trajectory of human development and how it is impacted by these different variables. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of those of you who have contributed to this this discussion and to the discussants. Now we have come to the end of the proceedings of this session. Okay, there's one last comment. There are some participants here who have questions to ask to the government sectors. For example, the representative of the Rabah Saleh region, where is the minister? How come, where is the minister who is going to answer our questions? This is an international forum on social justice, and that under the high patronage of His Majesty Mohammed VI. So to respect this, out of respect for this institution, and the ministers have to remain present out of respect to a forum that is organized under the high patronage of His Majesty. Don't interrupt me, Mr. Chair. There are questions that were raised. The minister who should be here to answer is gone. Who is going to answer these questions? Thank you. This should not be taken lightly, because this is something very serious and should be taken seriously. Some people really don't take the work of our House of Councillors seriously. No, we don't take. We have our speaker here, and we really appreciate the initiative, and thank you for your comment. Now the floor to the President of the House of Councillors, Speaker of the House of Councillors.
شكرا.
انا عضو المكتب، وكانت بالنسبه للمكتب بالنسبه للرئيس هذيك امور اخرى الله يخليك.
We are talking about a topic. We're talking about a topic, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives has no say in this.
I have the right to take the floor. as a member of a political party, but you can't tell me that the chairman, etc. So please take your seat. I think that we have taken ample time to discuss this, and on behalf of the Bureau, I would like to express my deep appreciation for holding this for this forum under the high patronage of His Majesty the King, and to say how much we are grateful for the presentations made and for their understanding, and therefore I'd like to give the floor to the speaker. After this full-day discussions, fruitful discussions, and responsible dialogue that we have had throughout the sessions of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, we have now reached a key part of our forum, which is the outcomes of this forum and an analysis of the ideas that were shared. And I think that this can provide the foundation for promoting social justice in our country. In this regard, it gives me pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Lahsan Haddad, member of the Bureau, to introduce the outcomes and the recommendations of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice. You have the floor, Mr. Haddad. This is a reference document, international reference document adopted by the 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, held on 9th February 2026 on the theme Social Justice in a Changing World. The participants in this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Justice, held in the Kingdom of Morocco in Rabat on 9th February 2026 under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him, recognizing that the world is witnessing sweeping changes that have an impact on the society, on the economy and technology, and an environment that is fraught with uncertainty and health and environmental crisis, which have a deleterious impact on the disparities and the vulnerability, and as they insist on the fact that social justice is now a structural component for the cohesion of societies and the ability of states and societies to show resilience, keeping in mind the constitutional provisions that represent the framework for addressing social justice, including equity, equal opportunity, and given that social justice is a key objective, building on the international instruments and the 17 SDGs as a reference framework. And this, of course, does not absolve the states and governments to come up with their own programs and projects for the promotion of social justice, given the importance to benefit from the various experiences at international level, including access to basic services, promotion of human dignity, insisting on the important role of parliaments in as far as monitoring and oversight is concerned, and the analyzing the impact of public policies on societies at medium and long term, adopt this international reference framework document for the promotion of social justice, and announce the following. As far as the principal guiding principles, social justice has to be structurally and methodologically included in public policies for the promotion of public policies through approaches that ensure coherence between the economic, environmental, cultural dimensions. Second, insist that resilience, both at regional level and economic level, is a key challenge that calls for proactive and preventive policies to make sure that we address the vulnerabilities that exist and to avoid future vulnerabilities, especially in the areas that are most vulnerable. Third, recognize the key role of parliaments as far as coming up with policies around priorities, social priorities, and policy choices so as to promote trust in institutions. Second, as far as the social protection is concerned, number 4, call for the promotion of social protection systems to make sure that they serve as key factors for social security and promotion of targeting mechanisms and to address the diversity of perils. Fifth, insists on the importance of coordination between the different social protection and social justice programs to make sure that this has mechanisms for measuring the impact. Sixth, encourage the adoption of impact assessments in the development and implementation of social policies, building on clear indicators that are consistent with SDGs to move from an outcome-based approach. As far as territorial development is concerned, number 7, recognize that bridging gaps and disparities is a key element in order to come up with a social justice system. 8, call for channeling investment towards infrastructure and basic services in the rural areas, in vulnerable areas, in order to promote and invest in the future. 9, promote the role of elected councils and local governments as far as the implementation of social justice programs and projects are concerned, making sure that there is complementarity between the different levels, national, regional levels, and on parliamentary governance and assessment of public policies. 10, insist on enhancing the capabilities of parliaments, especially in terms of assessing impacts, and also to promote choices that are effective. 11, call for social and regional impact assessment and relate that to the proactive and preventive policies for parliamentary interventions. 12, promote the parliamentary tools that are based on evidence and promote cooperation with research centers and experts in order to ensure oversight. And 7, international cooperation and exchange of experiences. 13, insists on promoting international parliamentary cooperation and regional cooperation as well as far as social protection are concerned, to address the perils, transborder perils. develop networks for the exchange and for proper training and the development of policies. 15, promote and support partnerships and cooperation between research centers to come up with mechanisms to promote social justice. Number 8, follow up. Number 16, adopted this document as a guiding document for the implementation of social justice program. 17, call for ensuring follow-up to the implementation of this and their impact on public policies in keeping with the requirements for transparency. Promote international parliamentary forum to make sure that it can have its say as far as analyzing the impact of crisis on this. And finally, we call on promoting cooperation between the different parliaments in order to promote social justice and build more resilient societies. They insist that the parliament is the engine for the promotion of equitable social justice programs in order to promote human dignity and also sustainable developments for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan Haddad, for introducing this document that has addressed the gist of our proceedings during this study day. We would like to say how much we commend the ideas and the guidelines provided through this document, and we shall make sure to build on this, each in their respective remits, to contribute to this major project for promoting. Now we move on to the closing remarks of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum. We have now reached the end of this 10th International Parliamentary Forum, and we like to say how much we value the outcomes of this forum, given the importance of this forum as far as collective thinking and dialogue is concerned. This discussion, this rich and fruitful discussion, and the outcomes reached, the recommendations adopted, show that social justice is no longer just a social claim or request. It is a key sine qua non condition for the cohesion of society and their ability to show resilience, as pointed out through a number of sessions that were held and that have addressed the major changes across the world, including the role of governance through parliaments. We are aware now that social justice is not an end in itself. We have to keep in mind that this is an ongoing process that calls for reform, for corrective measures, that call for watchfulness and the ability to adapt to change. We have to make sure that social justice that is promoted because it is our compass for further achievements through concrete public policies. It is also a part of a civilizational scheme that we try to implement to ensure dignity and equal opportunity. The most important contribution is that we have not only laid the finger on the problems. We have tried to come up with an analysis of our ability to come up with systems that can promote social justice principles in a changing world. In the discussions that we have had, we've seen clearly that the concept of resilience needs to be revisited, given the economic, social, and climate changes that are occurring around the world, and the need to protect the most vulnerable segments of the population and regions, because this is not just a matter of the quality of public policies. This is also affected by trans-border phenomena. This complex web represents a major challenge for us to ensure sustainability of social justice, and that is why we need to come up with proactive policies and programs and develop early warning systems in order to adapt and adjust to situations in order to ensure the resilience of societies across time. And we should not simply address the gaps and deficits. So we have to make sure that we have build on bold policies and ensure proper use of resources, so that the birthplace are not used to determine the destiny of people. And at this level, the social justice means that we have to come up with systems and mechanisms that enable people, whether they are in the urban or rural settings, to contribute and to benefit and to have access to basic services, to contribute and to society and ensure their dignity. Our vision in this regard is in line with the summit held last November that insisted on the importance of overall justice, social justice, and the need to address disparities through public policies that are equitable and that are inclusive, and to build develop a system that takes into consideration climate change and investments in the human resources. This is not binding only for governments, but also for states in general, and this was insisted on by the speakers on especially the role of governments to make sure that public policies are implemented on the ground, and to make sure that we assess properly the impact of these policies on the citizens. I would like to express my sincere thanks in conclusion to the speakers, experts, members of parliament, representatives of international and national organizations for their valuable contribution to enriching the proceedings of this conference, of this forum. I would like also to express my sincere thanks to our partners in the Economic, Social, and Environmental Council and all those who have contributed to the organization of this forum. The challenge of the social justice cannot be addressed, can only be addressed through cooperation and through cooperative measures between the different stakeholders concerned. With this, I declare this 10th International Parliamentary Forum on Social Session has come to an end. This forum that was held under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mrs. Fatma Mzoura to read a vote of thanks that is addressed to His Majesty King Mohammed VI, Commander of the Faithful, His Majesty King Mohammed VI.
God the Merciful, and peace be upon Muhammad, telegram to His Majesty Muhammad VI, Your Majesty, Amir al-Mu'mineen, peace be upon you. On behalf of the House of Councillors, I would like to send a message of
مناسبة اختتام أشغال المنتدى البرلماني الدولي العاشر للعدالة الاجتماعية.
Thanks for the closing of this forum, which has been which was organized under your high patronage, which is the guarantor for the success of this forum. Majesty, we are very proud of the conclusions that we have reached during this international forum, while keeping in mind your principles and guiding principles that give us the roadmap for this forum, the center of which is justice, social justice, and the expansion of this justice to all the Moroccan territory. As well as they would like to renew our loyalty and continuous loyalty to your dynasty and to your own person. We reiterate our total commitment to contributing to this added value, following your high guidelines in order to build a social state capable of meeting the future challenges. Your Majesty, this annual meeting has witnessed the participation of many important institutions. We have all gathered here in order to examine the main elements necessary for social justice and to use as a shield again to deal with the rapid sweeping transformations that we have in the world. We would like to bring to your knowledge that the recommendations are in total harmony with in line with your guidelines for this strategic choice of the social justice to make of this state a fair state, an equitable state. We also are honored to inform your Majesty that the conclusions of the proceedings of this forum have led to the drafting of an official document reiterating the importance of social justice within the very speedy transition. This recommendations insist on the central role of our kingdom, not only as a partner with international institutions, but also the relationships and partner relationships we have with all the international stakeholders. We are looking forward to implementing all the recommendations of this forum to enhance the trust of the citizens and to reach stable Moroccan in continuously developing country. May God grant you a good health and fulfill all your wishes for this kingdom. May God help you, assist you as well in your family, and may God preserve your family, your children, Prince Mullah Rashid, and all the royal family. Our loyal votes signed, Mohammed Rashid, Speaker of the House of Councillors, drafted in Rabat on Monday, Shaban, 9th of February 2026. Thank you, Mrs. Councillor. Thank you on we have reached now the closing of our proceedings for this 20th International Forum. I declare the forum lifted. Now let's